that, right?
Yes, he did.
And then you said, put your hands where I can see them, correct?
Yes.
And then he put his hands in the air?
Yes.
And then you told him to put his hands on the dash, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when you grabbed his hand and forcibly put it on the dashboard of the vehicle, correct?
Vaughn, yes.
And then the other officer with you on the other side of the vehicle changed that to put your hands on your head, correct?
That's correct.
And
Vaughn,
then he
yes.
put his hands on his head, right?
That's correct, yes.
And there was one officer who said that they were going to tase him, right?
That's what I heard, yes.
And you were yelling pretty loud, correct?
Yes, I was, yes. It escalated real quick.
Some profanity as well, correct?
Yes.
And you had your gun drawn the whole time you were giving commands, right?
Once I started ordering him and he refused to show me his hands, yes, eventually it escalated where I pulled my gun, yes, ma'am.
And he was awake, correct?
What's that, ma'am?
Mr. Floyd was awake. Was he awake during this incident?
Yes.
He was conscious?
Yes.
He didn't appear to be in medical distress to you when you were pulling him out of the car, is that right? He was talking to you, he was standing up, is that right?
I don't know if it was specifically, sometimes he was talking, sometimes he was mumbling. He was incoherent in my mind a lot of the time during there.
But you got him out of the car and you handcuffed him, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
And he stood next to the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked you not to beat him up, correct?
That's correct, yes.
He was able to walk, right?
Yes, he was.
He continued to talk to you.
Yes.
Sidebar in place right now as we see this cross-examination of the witness, this officer who pulled over Derek Chauvin in a prior stop. This is live coverage in the Washington Post. We'll go back to the court there as Judge Cahill resumes. You can see in this cross-examination what our colleague Mary Beth Albright was telling us about, that the cross can be very direct, it can be very specific, and it can draw out information designed to sort of poke some holes in how the initial testimony goes. Because of COVID precautions, these sidebars are taking place over headsets. It's not what you might typically see, where there's literally a sidebar where the attorneys go up to the judge's bench, the microphone is off, and they have a side conversation. Instead, they're doing this here behind their masks for the most part, so we can't see what they're saying, and also with the microphones off, so we can't hear what they're saying. This is the first witness in the defense, and even though the defense said that they could have hundreds of witnesses, it looks like they'll only be here for a few days.
Technology is not our friend today. Ms. Aldridge, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Creighton, you were describing that you got Mr. Floyd out of the car, correct?
Yes.
And he stood next to the car and you handcuffed him, correct?
Me and another officer had to physically handcuff him, yes.
And he didn't fall down, correct?
No, he didn't fall down.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any further?
Officer Creighton, there was another officer on the driver's side dealing with the driver,
Yes, that's correct, actually, two.
and that officer was speaking to or giving commands to the driver
That's correct.
simultaneous to the time that you were giving commands to Mr. Floyd.
That's correct.
Did you hear the officer say, "Spit it out"?
I may have, yes. You'd have to see the video, and if that's what the video shows, then that's what occurred.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, anything further?
Briefly, Your Honor. Officer Creighton, you were just asked some questions about what the other officers were doing. You were interacting with Mr. Floyd, correct?
Yes,
And while you were interacting with Mr. Floyd, he didn't collapse on the ground, correct?
Wait a minute. What was the question? Can you speak up a little louder, ma'am?
While you were interacting with Mr. Floyd, he didn't collapse on the ground, correct?
No, he did not.
Well, the answer is stricken. The objection is sustained.
You were asked some questions about what the other officers were doing, correct?
That's correct.
Your attention was focused on Mr. Floyd, correct?
Yes, it was.
And Mr. Floyd didn't drop dead while you were interacting with him, correct?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? No, Your Honor. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the defense calls Michelle Mosing.
You can just stand right there for a second. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Have a seat. And before you begin, if you could state your full name, spell each of your names, and then hold off, Mr. Nelson. Just give your full name and spell each name.
First name is Michelle, Michelle. Last name is Mosing, Moseng.
And if you're comfortable taking off the mask, I pretty much leave it up to you, but if that would make it easier to hear you, that would be appreciated. Members of the jury, this again is regarding an incident or an occurrence involving George Floyd on May 6, 2019. As I told you before, this evidence is being admitted solely for the limited purpose of showing what effects the ingestion of opioids may or may not have had on the physical well-being of George Floyd. This evidence is not to be used as evidence of the character of George Floyd. Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
By whom are you currently employed?
I am retired.
Okay. Prior to your retirement, where were you employed?
I was a paramedic at Hennepin County Medical Center, EMS.
How long were you a paramedic for Hennepin County?
Just under 34 years.
Okay. And can you describe the education that you had to become a paramedic?
I have a 2-year degree in emergency medical care and rescue from Mankato State, and then actually got an additional registered nursing. Graduated from St. Mary's University in '91.
Okay. And so you worked as a paramedic for Hennepin County for the entirety of your career, or did you have other employment?
I actually worked for a year in Dakota County for 1 year, and then I have worked at Hennepin, or had worked at Hennepin ever since.
Fair to say you've gone to a large number of calls during the course of your career.
Yes.
All right. And you may not remember every specific detail about every call, correct?
No.
And as a paramedic, do you maintain records about each call that you go to in order to assess the patient's care?
Yes, we do a run sheet or a patient medical record that we hand off
Okay.
at the emergency room.
Now,
If you can just speak up just a little bit.
Sorry.
prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review a run sheet from May 6th of 2019 involving George Perry Floyd?
Yes.
Do you recall all of those details off the top of your head now?
No.
All right. Now, in terms of your recollection of May 6th of 2019, were you summoned to the Minneapolis Police Department
Yes, precinct 4.
to attend to Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Upon arriving at the 4th precinct, did you talk to Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Did you learn information from Mr. Floyd about what he had consumed and the time frame he had consumed It did.
Yeah, it was quite hard to assess him. He was upset and confused. Some of the things he said were
I'm going to strike the answer as non-responsive. If you could
Perhaps lead.
Certainly. Did Mr. Floyd, were you able to learn that Mr. Floyd had consumed some narcotics that day?
yes.
What did he tell you specifically about what narcotics he had taken and when he had taken them?
He told me that he had been taking multiple, like every 20 minutes, and it was a I don't remember if it was Oxy or Percocet, but it was a opioid based. It wasn't real consistent with his behavior. At that point, it was real elevated and agitated.
No, I'm gonna.
The last statement about agitation is stricken as non-responsive. You can just wait for the next question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But he had informed you he had taken some sort of an opioid every 20 minutes or something like that, correct?
And then another one as the officer came up.
Okay, so he told you that he had taken a pill at the time the officers were apprehending him.
Correct.
Did you do a physical assessment of Mr. Floyd at that time?
Yes.
Specifically, did you take his blood pressure?
Yes, I took a set of vitals.
Would you agree that your first vitals were taken at approximately 1:34 and 59 seconds?
Without looking at the run sheet, I wouldn't know for sure.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the run sheet?
Yes.
May I approach the witness room?
Thank you. Okay, I've written on here that, yeah, it was 1334 was the first recorded vital signs.
That refreshes your recollection?
Yes. Did you need it back?
I'd like to testify for memory.
If you need to refresh your memory with that, just let us know and we'll allow you to refresh your memory. But otherwise, testify to your memory as best you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
At approximately 13:34, that's 1:34 p.m., agreed? You took his vitals, correct?
Correct.
And that would include his blood pressure at the time?
Yes.
And did you record what his blood pressure was at that time?
Yes, it was 216 over 160.
Did you ultimately make recommendations to transport Mr. Floyd to the hospital?
Based on that and other issues.
Okay. And ultimately, was he brought to the hospital?
Eventually.
All right. I believe that's all I have, Your Honor.
Ms. Eldridge.
Good morning, Ms. Mozang.
Good morning.
You provided treatment to George Floyd on May 6, 2019, correct?
Correct.
Is that
Yes.
right? And you were concerned about his blood pressure at that time, correct?
That was one of the things.
And in the course of your treatment of him, he explained that his high blood pressure wasn't something new, right?
Yeah, initially, he denied medical issues, but then when I discovered his blood pressure, I specifically asked again, and he said yes, he had history of hypertension and had not been taking his medication.
And he said he hadn't been taking his blood pressure medication for months, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that he swallowed some pills, right?
Yes.
Approximately 7 Percocet, correct?
I documented, 7 to 9 every 20 minutes or so for a while.
And Percocet is a brand name, right?
Yes.
Is that oxycodone and acetaminophen?
Yes.
And it's used to treat pain, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it's an opioid, yes?
Correct.
So he told you that he had been taking those pills throughout the day, right?
Yes, and I asked him why. He said he's because he was addicted.
He told you he was addicted, and he responded to your questions about taking the pills, correct?
Correct.
And he was able to walk, correct?
Yes.
He was able to stand up,
Correct.
and you wanted him to go to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And he didn't feel like he wanted to go to the hospital, correct? He was resistant to going to the hospital, right?
I know he was real resistant to get on our bed. It was hard to tell exactly what he was upset about.
I'm going to object at this point, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry.
Just with respect to going to the hospital, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to limit your question, the question I asked to that. He didn't want to go to the hospital, right?
I'll say yes.
It took some time to convince him to go to the hospital,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated that he told you he had been addicted to opioids, correct?
Correct.
And he had been addicted to opioids at that point for a year and a half, right?
I am not aware of that.
But he didn't feel like he needed to go to the hospital.
He didn't want to go with us at that point.
And you were referred to your run report, right? The record that you keep in terms of the treatment of patients. You see that up there, correct?
Yes.
And according to your run report, you documented that Mr. Floyd was alert, correct?
Yes.
And that he obeyed commands, correct?
Eventually.
That's what's in your report, right? Correct?
Correct.
And that he had an appropriate response to stimulation,
Correct.
yes?
Correct.
He wasn't nauseous or vomiting when you were treating him, right?
No.
His respiratory rate was normal, yes?
It was elevated at times.
You wrote respiratory effort normal in your report, correct?
At the beginning, yes. His effort was normal. It was increased at times.
And throughout your documentation, you wrote respiratory effort normal, correct?
Correct.
At 1334, at 1409, at 1426. All those notes, you indicated that his respiratory effort was normal, correct?
Correct.
He was not in respiratory distress, correct?
No.
His blood oxygen level was normal, right?
Correct.
His pulse was normal, correct?
Yes.
His heart rhythm was regular or normal, right?
Correct.
His EKG was normal.
Correct.
He had a normal rhythm, the sinus rhythm, which is the rhythm of a normal, healthy heart, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you had been worried about high blood pressure for the possibility of a stroke, right?
Among other things, yes.
But he didn't have a stroke, right?
Didn't have any indications that we were picking up at the time.
He didn't have a stroke while you were with him.
No.
He was never given Narcan, correct?
Correct.
He didn't stop breathing.
No.
His heart didn't stop.
No.
He didn't go into cardiac arrest.
No.
He didn't go into a coma.
No.
And you took him to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And he was monitored for 2 hours and released right after, right?
I don't know.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. Sure.
We're already through the first two witnesses of the defense, limited in what they can talk about and testify. We'll be talking more with my guests in a little while as they take a break to explain why the limitations were put on them.
Take a lawyerly 5-minute break, which means it'll probably be 10. But let's go with 5 minutes for now. Thank you.
and an official 5-minute break here, a lawyerly 5-minute break, the judge called it, so we'll head back to the trial once it resumes. This is live coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin with the Washington Post. Let's go to my colleagues, Eugene Scott and Rhonda Colvin, joining me now. So Rhonda, very quick pace through these first two witnesses, all surrounding this incident in May 2019. We knew that this was discussed a lot with the lawyers before the jury ever even knew of this incident. So let's talk about what we did hear, and then we can talk about sort of what we didn't hear and what they were dancing around the edges of. So, Rhonda, first of all, these two witnesses, the police officer and the EMT who then responded. So, let's go through what that body camera footage of Officer Scott Creighton showed, Rhonda.
Yeah, so this is from 2019, May of 2019, when George Floyd was pulled over by this officer who was the first witness, Officer Creighton. You see, he's approaching the car from his body cam. You can see him approaching the car. He's asking George Floyd to put his hands on the dash. Voices are raised. George Floyd is telling him, "Don't shoot me," and that's because a gun had been pulled. Creighton pulled his gun on George Floyd. You can see it a little bit in the frame. And they go back and forth a little bit. George Floyd is saying, "Don't shoot me." Creighton is saying, "I'm not, obey what I'm saying." And then you can hear some of the other officers too yell into the car as well. So one of the reasons why this is a key part of evidence for the defense is they worked really hard and debated in earlier pretrial proceedings to get this in as admissible evidence, and they had to convince the judge that it was similar to the event with Derek Chauvin. So that's one of the reasons why we saw a lot of starts and stops, is because this piece of evidence, this video, was something that the judge said could only be used in very limited circumstances. But he said when he watched it, it was similar to what we saw with Derek Chauvin because of the medical response that came from Floyd after. We just heard from that EMT worker that he did have elevated blood pressure, and it seems as if he had some sort of anxiety as well. So that is why the judge wanted to allow it in. He said the jury should not be considering Floyd's behavior in that clip, but more so there should be a discussion about how this could be used in medical analysis to see how George Floyd reacted when approached by police. So that was one of the reasons I suspect we kept seeing the judge and the lawyers stop and start, reframe their questioning, is because this piece of evidence was not something that the judge initially wanted allowed, but had to be convinced that it was relevant to the case.
Yeah, let's go to Eugene for those guardrails that the judge put on this. Eugene, very specifically telling the jury that they could be looking at what effect ingestion of opioids would have on George Floyd, but not as a character judgment, not to weigh in on sort of who he was or how he acted as a human being. Eugene, talk to us about those guardrails and how effective can they really be?
It's doubtful that they could be incredibly effective. I mean, it's advice and it's perhaps warning, but you cannot control other people's biases and prejudices. And the reality is, what this video shows is George Floyd being arrested at another time, having substances in his system at another time, and having a cop feel the need to respond to him so forcefully in language and in action that he pulled his gun on him. And so asking jurors to disconnect that from the incident that he was involved in that took his life, it's going to be difficult and certainly impossible for the judge to control, and at worst could end up showing that this is someone with a repeated history of negative interactions and behaviors that led to police officers to respond to him in aggressive, forceful ways at the risk of causing even more problems and leading us to where we are presently now.
Yeah, I mean, Eugene, you definitely see why the defense would want to introduce this, right? For
Absolutely.
all those reasons. Yeah.
Absolutely. It certainly does not portray Floyd in a way consistently with how his brother and many other individuals who try to provide a more holistic perspective of him. This is just these are two incidents within a 12-month period where he was behaving so questionably that law enforcement officers had to interact with him. And when you consider that the defense's primary response was that Floyd Floyd, who he is and how he has behaved, has ultimately led to his death, you can see why they would ultimately want this to be shown, because it could ultimately benefit Chauvin.
Of course, Eugene, this gets us back to what you've written about and we've been talking about throughout this trial, which is that George Floyd is not on trial, right? And that there is a history in these cases of the defense, the police officers, legal team, trying to paint the victim as somehow the perpetrator or the person who did wrong.
That is true, and that is something that many activists and defenders of Floyd, and more accurately, advocates of ending police violence against black people, keep trying to elevate and remind people that this is not a case about whether or not Floyd is a good person. This is a case about whether or not police interact forcefully, unnecessarily with black people. And what this video, I believe, has the potential to do, it's not just shine a light on Chauvin's interactions, but the police department as a whole. An argument could be made that that officer, despite the fact that obviously Floyd was not shot or killed in that interaction, but an argument could be made that his interaction with Floyd was unnecessarily forceful in ways that suggest bias and problems with how policing is done against black people.
Yeah, Rhonda, you know, Eugene makes such an important point, especially as we're all watching that body cam footage of the killing of Daunte Wright on Sunday, just 10 miles down the road from where this trial is happening, where everything escalates so fast. We hear an officer screaming, taser, and then she says she pulled out the wrong weapon and shot him to death. And here again, we see this body cam footage of officers just screaming and threatening. And in one way, you know, I'm curious as to how George Floyd's, you know, we know that it's so hard for George Floyd's family, for people who loved him, to see all this unfold. Mm-hmm. But you wonder if the prosecution also sees some utility, though, in showing this footage, in the sense that George Floyd didn't react with violence. You know, he didn't come out swinging in some way where the defense has sort of tried to make him out to be this big hulking figure. But introducing it at all, of course, is damaging, because it just shows another interaction with the police, Rhonda.
That's true. And I was thinking, if you were to put a split screen between the video we just saw today of this 2019 arrest and then the video of the arrest and altercation with Chauvin, it is eerily similar, because as we saw in some of the new body camera footage from this case, we saw one of the officers pull a gun on Floyd while he's still in the driver's side seat. And that was within 15 seconds of the police getting to his vehicle. So it's almost the same story, just different dates, but the same story, the same approach by the officers there, even though it was a year apart. So to Eugene's point, yes, this sort of does elevate the discussion a little bit beyond just Chauvin's actions, beyond Officer Creighton's actions, and shows sort of similarities of the police approach to traffic stops.
And also what George Floyd, as he went into that interaction with police in May of last year, what he'd already gone through with police, right? What he'd already experienced, which is something that a lot of Americans haven't ever had to experience before, if they've been pulled over for a traffic stop or even had a DUI or something else like that, Rhonda. Let's talk about Prosecutor Erin Eldridge and how she's managing this cross-examination, because she's trying to make some points here, Rhonda, in her rapid-fire cross with these two witnesses, asking them about, and some of this is being, taken out by the judge, like it's being challenged and then not allowed. But she's trying to ask the officer, for example, he didn't collapse to the ground, he didn't drop dead, so she's trying to show sort of how that interaction didn't result in George Floyd's death, but also, drugs or no drugs, he didn't die, from the allegation of ingesting drugs, or what George Floyd even admitted, that he had been ingesting drugs in that 2019 interaction, Rhonda.
Right. It seems as if the defense wants to put out there that Floyd had these interactions with officers where he was resisting, where there may have been drugs at the scene, and sort of making the two one. However, she is coming with some, as you said, rapid fire questions establishing that Floyd didn't die from that earlier encounter. Floyd didn't collapse to the ground. He didn't have a heart episode. He didn't have any of these things that the defense team seems to want to make as just one encounter or type of encounter that Floyd often had with officers. So she is, we haven't seen her as much as we've seen some of the other prosecutors, but she is using these rapid fire, very quick and seemingly obvious questions to these witnesses.
You know, it's just what along the lines, Rhonda, of what Mary Beth Albright, our colleague who's a trained lawyer, was telling us about earlier this morning, that lawyers have their strengths, right? That there is a specific art and technique to interviewing a witness, but also, you know, very different perhaps in that cross-examination and that sort of rapid fire trying to pinpoint. Rhonda, you know, the EMT who's now retired, Michelle Mosing, who we just saw, it's like she wanted to be able to say some things, but couldn't. She was trying to sort of imply that George Floyd she said at one point that, you know, she didn't know what he was like distressed about, right? That he was really upset, but she wasn't sure about what. But we saw the prosecution pivot it back to specific questions. Did he want to go to the hospital or not want to go to the hospital? And so talk to me about sort of how she's been limited here by the scope of this.
Right, she's limited because she's not supposed to inject her opinion, just the factual information of her assessing his health when he arrived in her care. And if you think about it too, this was 2 years ago, and she has said she's retired. So who's to say? I mean, for most of us, 2 years ago, it seems like a lifetime ago, and he may have just been another one of hundreds of patients that day. So she does appear to remember some of the facts, but they are trying to keep her to just the facts because she is sort of alluding to, as you mentioned, her opinion about what his frame of mind was or how he was acting once they got him settled down. But they don't want to bring that in, and that was one of the reasons why this using this video was debated by the judge and the lawyers, because it's not germane to the actual event between Chauvin and Floyd, but it does broaden it out to show that he did have a medical response to being arrested.
So, Eugene, as we saw the prosecutor, Aaron Eldridge, go through these questions with this witness, Michelle Mosing, the retired paramedic, she was using that documentation as like the primary resource, the thing to refer back to. And you saw the strength of that there at one point because she was asking the retired EMT about George Floyd's respiration and was it normal? And you saw Michelle Mosing say, well, at first or at certain points, but then the prosecutor was able to say, at this time, you wrote that it was normal. At this time, you wrote that it was normal. At this time, you wrote that it was normal. So there's the question of what's on the paper and documented versus what might be in Ms. Mosing's like mental recollection of this incident.
I think one of the more interesting things about policing that we have seen revisited over the past few years as these issues have become more common is about how much faith is put into these documents, these police reports, these papers that have led people to draw some sweeping and major conclusions about what should be done based on what some individuals that were present said was actually true. We saw in the testimony perhaps memory was inconsistent, or maybe was in fact just actually not affirming what the papers actually said, and that led people to, that should in theory lead people to go, maybe these recordings, these records that we have are not as strong as we thought they were, and maybe the ideas that we have about how law enforcement should respond to people, should I say, should be revisited, because we ultimately are dealing with human beings who are assessing situations to the best of their ability in very difficult climates and situations, but imperfectly. And there are real concerns and questions that people should ask when it comes to accuracy.
Let's bring Mary Beth Albright into the conversation, our colleague who's watching this case closely. Mary Beth, we heard Judge Cahill remind the jurors that this testimony and the body camera footage they saw from Officer Creighton is designed to show George Floyd's reaction when he's ingested opioids, not to think about George Floyd's character. How does that actually play out, though, in a courtroom? Like, what is the limitation of that? Does that mean that when the jury deliberates this and discusses behind closed doors, they can't bring this up and say, but we saw XYZ happen? How does it really play out?
Libby, the limitation on that is human nature. So it's tough. Jurors are provided limiting instructions from the judge during the entire trial. We've seen it during the entire trial. They will be given limiting instructions at the end of the defendant's case when they're given instructions, just jury instructions about how to decide the case generally. But at the same time, there are some things that you can't unsee. And so that is why you have appeals, right? Is to decide whether the decisions that the judge has made about what is allowed in legally is prejudicial or not prejudicial. Was a legally sound decision or not a legally sound decision? And so, we don't know what happens in a jury room. The only people who know what happens in a jury room are the 12 jurors. And so I'm not the first person to say this. It's a heartbreaking, interesting case, and it's going to be a heartbreaking, interesting few weeks.
All right, Mary Beth Albright, Eugene Scott, Rhonda Colvin, stand by here. We saw the judge for a moment. Let's go back to Judge Cahill's courtroom as things get back underway here.
Come on up. All right, you can just have a seat for now. If you testify, I'll place you under oath, but otherwise, we're just going to have a discussion a little bit here. So, but we do need to hear you so that the court reporter can take everything down. So, you have been subpoenaed by the defense.
I can't even really.
Let me do that. You've been subpoenaed by the defense to answer certain questions about being with George Floyd on May 25th, 2020, what you observed about his physical condition at various points in Cup Foods, and basically a time frame on when you were with him that day and what you observed about him. Specifically, I think focusing mostly on the time in Cup Foods, but then also in the motor vehicle before the police came to the window.
Yep.
Okay, and you're willing to answer those questions
Yes.
about George
Yes.
Floyd. Okay. The parties also have the right to ask you, in order to test whether your perceptions are accurate, on whether you were under the influence of drugs or alcohol that day. Are you willing to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I or him?
Are you willing to answer the question
Well,
whether you were under the influence of
yes.
drugs or alcohol?
Yes, I was not.
Okay. We're not going to be eliciting an opinion from you whether George Floyd was under the influence, just for how he looked
Okay.
and how he acted,
Yep.
but not an opinion about whether he was under the influence.
Okay.
But the lawyers, in order to make sure that the jury knows whether to consider your evidence and how much weight to give it, is whether you were sober or under the influence. Are you willing to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. Now you understand, I don't find that those questions would expose you to criminal liability, but you do have a Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate yourself. Do you need time to talk to a lawyer? Or?
No.
And I have limited the lawyers to those topics so as not to get anything that might tend to incriminate you that you're not expecting. Okay?
Yep.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Do you need time to talk to a lawyer? Okay, ready to go then?
Yes.
All right. What we're going to do is we're going to bring the jury back in, and then I'm going to have you stand up so I can swear you in, and then we'll go from there. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, great. Let's bring in the jury. And you can just remain seated when the jury comes in.
Oh, you want to stand up?
You can stay seated.
Oh.
I'll ask you to stand to be sworn, but just follow my directions, you'll be fine. You can stay seated. And be seated. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Shawanda Hill.
Ms. Hill, if you could stand right in the witness chair, or actually there is fine. You could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, please. And before we begin, we're going to have you state your full name, spelling each of your names.
Shawanda, Shawanda, Renee, Renee, Hill, Hill.
Mr. Nelson?
Good morning, Ms. Hill.
Hi.
Thank you for being here with us today. I just have a few questions about May 25th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
On that date, were you at the Cup Foods located in Minneapolis?
Yes. Yes.
Did you run into anybody that you knew while you were there?
Yes, George Floyd.
And while you were at the Cup Foods, or in the Cup Foods, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Floyd's behavior, demeanor, things of that nature?
Yes.
How would you describe Mr. Floyd's behavior while inside of the Cup Foods?
Happy, normal, talking, alert.
Okay. Did he offer to give you a ride?
Yes.
A ride to wherever it was
My
you were
house.
going? And so did you go to his car with him?
Yes.
Once you got into the car, did you observe any changes to his demeanor?
When we were in the car for the first 8 minutes, we were talking and, you know what I'm saying, hugging, you know what I'm saying, talking about what we were about to do. And then I got a phone call. And so I was on the phone for the rest of the time until the little boys came to the car. He fell asleep at that time.
So at some point during the course of the time that you were in the car with Mr. Floyd, Mr. Floyd suddenly fell asleep,
Yes.
right? And the phone call you received, was that from your daughter?
Yes.
And so you were talking with your daughter during that time?
Yes.
And you described, would you agree that at some point, you said some little boys, are those employees of the
Yes.
store?
Sorry, yes.
That's okay. The store employees came and approached the car, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, Mr. Floyd suddenly fell asleep?
He was already asleep.
He was already sleeping?
Yes. When they came to the car. And when they came there, I tried to wake him up. They tried to wake him up. I tried to wake him up over and over. And his friend tried to wake him up. And he woke up. Then he'll say something. He made a little gesture, and nodded back off.
Okay.
He did that a couple times.
Was that a kind of a sudden change from how you observed him in the store to the car?
Yes, but he already told me in the store he was tired because he had been
I'm
working.
going to object. There is an objection.
Hold on. Objection, grounds?
Leading, yes, the answer is stricken.
Overruled.
And so at some point did the store clerks leave the side of the car?
Yes, I told him that I would wake him up and send him in there because I didn't have the money on me. I used my money. So.
Okay. And did you continue to try to rouse
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Wait till he finishes the question so that we don't overlap, okay? Because the court reporter is taking everything down, it's really hard.
The overall.
Okay.
Okay? Thanks.
Thank you. So did you continue to try to awaken Mr. Floyd?
Yes, I tried a couple times, but then, you know, I just let it go for a minute because I was back on the phone and
All right.
you want to hear the rest of it.
And did the store clerks come back to the car a second time?
No.
And were you, at some point, the police officers approached the car?
Yes.
And Mr. Floyd was aroused by the police?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Frank.
Good morning, Ms. Hill. I just have a couple of follow-up questions for you, okay?
Yes.
So during the period that you were with Mr. Floyd in the store, he was, you said he was alert,
Yes.
friendly,
Yes.
talkative,
Happy talking. Yes.
and
Laugh, hugging.
you know, and when you went out to the store, he walked by himself out to the store?
Yes.
In fact, did a little dance as he went out to the car?
Yes.
We just have to make sure that you wait
Yes.
till the question's done so we aren't talking over each other, okay? I know it's a hard habit to break, but we just have to be careful with that, okay? And when you got back to the car, at some point he nodded off.
Yes.
But you were able to wake him, correct?
Yes.
And talk to him.
Yes. But he wasn't that coherent at the time.
He was just awakening.
Yes.
And nodded off again.
Yes.
And at some point, the police officers walked up, correct? Said yes.
Yes.
And then he, well, you woke him up when the police officers walked up, correct?
Yes.
And so then he was awake.
Yes. You just want me to say yes or no? Explain what do you want me to do?
Well,
I
explain.
want to explain. Okay, thank you. So when I tried to wake him up, he woke up the second time. I said, Floyd, the police is here. It's about the $20 bill wasn't real. I kept saying, baby, get up. The police was out. So he looked, and we looked to the right, and he had the police. He tapped on the window with a flashlight. And I'm like, Floyd. And so he turned back around again. He's like, what? And I was like, baby, that's the police. Open the door, roll down the window, whatever he told me to do. So he looked back, and when he seen the man had the gun at the window when we looked back to him. So he instantly grabbed the wheel, and he was like, please don't kill me. Please don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. What did I do? Just tell me what I did. Please don't kill me. Please don't shoot me. And I'm like, Floyd, baby, it's not. You said explain. I'm trying to explain what state he was in, sir.
I did. And I have to ask some questions. So I'm sorry to cut you off. I really am.
It's all right.
But I want to go back and just cover one thing quick, because where were you sitting in the vehicle?
In the back right passenger seat.
Okay. And so when officers came,
Back passenger seat.
were there two officers that came to the vehicle?
Yes.
So one came to the passenger side and one to the driver's side?
Yes.
So initially you saw one officer to your right on the passenger side, correct?
No, I was up I'm trying to wake him up, so I'm in the middle, like at the time, when the police were there. That's how I was able to see him too, just we both looked at the same time. Yeah.
And when he was, during this time period, coming out from Cup Foods and being in the vehicle, did he complain of shortness of breath at all?
No.
Did he complain of chest pains at all?
No.
And other than being sleepy or nodding off a little bit, did he seem abnormal to you in any way?
Not at all.
And did he seem startled when the officer pulled a gun on him?
Very.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
care to retain. Thank you. While you were in the car, or prior to getting in the car, Mr. Floyd appeared to you to be normal, correct?
Yes.
When he got in the car, he fell asleep, correct?
We talked for a while, then he fell asleep.
And then ultimately, you had to make several efforts to
Yes.
try to wake him up.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. We appreciate you coming in. You are excused.
Thank you.
And actually, you can go right out the doors.
Your Honor, the defense calls Peter Chang.
So the defense is preparing to call its fourth witness. It's likely to be Minneapolis police officer Peter Chang. There's been some question about his body cam footage. We heard this discussed earlier, that some of it will be allowed by the judge to be shown. Some parts will be cut out. The part they were focused on, the prosecution had concerns about, was when Officer Chang is looking up George Floyd on a computer and information about Floyd comes up. The judge has said that cannot be brought in, so the defense was going to do some editing of that. And here they come now. This will be the fourth witness for the defense, moving quickly this morning, the first day that the defense mounts its case.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat, please. And before you begin, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Peter Chang. First name is Peter, P-E-T-E-R. Last name is Chang, C-H-A-N-G.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, by whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Minneapolis Park Police.
Are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes.
Could you please describe the training and experience that you have to the jury?
Training, I went through the Minneapolis Police Academy. Prior to that, I did skills for a metropolitan state. Passed my skills, I went to police academy through Minneapolis. After passing the, academy, I went through a FTO phase.
Is that field training?
Yes.
Okay.
And that consists of 5 months. After passing that, I went on the street.
Okay. And you have you spent your entire law enforcement career with the Minneapolis Park Police Department?
Yes.
And how long have you been a licensed peace officer?
About to be my 4th year in August.
Were you on duty back on May 25th of 2020 in your capacity as a patrol officer for the Park Police?
Yes.
And did you ultimately respond to a call at approximately 8 o'clock p.m. to the park to the Cup Foods store?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury how it is that you became a part of this incident?
I was stationed at a park close by. I heard 320 called out that they were taking out one, I believe, and then I heard a lot of background noises, and I heard dispatch asking for assistance. I was one of the closer squads, so I self-assigned to that call to assist 320.
Now, let me ask you, is it common for Minneapolis Park Police to assist on calls with the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Your jurisdiction generally is within the parks.
Yes.
However, you are able to back up or assist officers with the Minneapolis Police Department, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Let me ask you one quick question about your experience. You said that you went to the Minneapolis Police Academy, right?
Yes.
Even though you were looking to become a Minneapolis Park Police officer.
Yes.
Do the Park Police and the Minneapolis Police Department, you have the same academy?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Do you have the same field training process?
I believe so, yes.
And then do you participate in continuing education in service as a police officer?
Yes, we do.
Is that also in conjunction with the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes.
All right. Now, after you, so you responded to the Cup Foods location?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury initially what you observed and what you did?
When I got there, I initially stopped in front of Cup Foods, and I observed the two officers, 320, across the street. So I drove my squad across the street and parked. I got out of my car, 320. One of the officers stated they were code 4. I got out of the car. I observed, I believe, Officer Kane with one of the individual who I later identified was Floyd. Floyd was in handcuffs, sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, and Officer Lane was with two individuals by the car.
Now, let me ask you quickly, did you know either Officers King or Lane prior to this incident?
No.
Okay. Now, were you asked to do something at that point?
Once I got out of my car, Officer Kane asked me to identify Floyd in our system. So I just went back to my squad car and identified Floyd.
All right. And what happened next, sir?
Once I was in my car identifying Floyd, I observed Officer Lane and Kane assisting Floyd towards their car, which was in front of Cup Foods.
Now, can you describe where that would be Squad 320, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And can you describe where Squad 320 was parked and where you were parked?
320 was parked in front of Cup Foods. They were on the northbound lane facing southbound. And then I was basically across the street on 38th. I believe the front of my squad car was facing eastbound on 38th towards Dragon Walk. Yeah.
Did you then move your squad car?
Yes, once I identified Floyd, I looped, because I observed Officer Lane and Kane assisting Floyd to their squad car, I looped my squad car around and parked in front of their car, their squad car.
So your cars were sort of nose to nose?
Yes.
At an angle though, right?
Yes.
All right. What happened next?
After that, I got on my squad car. I observed Officer Kane and Lane, I guess, pinning Floyd against the squad car, so I wanted to go assist. But once I approached them, Officer Lane told me to go watch the car, and I did that.
And you did that?
Yes.
And then were you, where did you go in relation to the car?
The car was parked on 38th Street, so I basically went across the street to the car.
Okay. And what did you do then?
When I approached the car, I observed the two individuals that initially, when I arrived, I saw Officer Lane with, I guess, reaching inside the car. And I basically just told them to back away from the car, not reach inside or get anything from the car.
So you were monitoring what the two passengers were doing at that time?
Yes.
Was your attention focused on what Officers King and Lane were doing, or was it focused on what the passengers were doing?
It was more focused on the vehicle and the two passengers.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you observe another squad car arrive?
Yes.
And can you describe that interaction that you had with those officers?
I believe that was Squad 330. They arrived coming westbound on 38th. They parked in front of the SUV, and I basically just directed them towards 320, which they were in front of Cup Foods.
Okay. Did you know the officers, either of the officers in Squad 320?
No,
Excuse me, 330.
I'm sorry.
330, not 320.
No, I probably met Officer Tao a couple times, but no relationship.
Okay. And you'd never met Officer Chauvin prior to that?
No.
All right. Now, what happened next?
Basically went across the street and then I assisted 320. And again, my main focus was just the car and the two individuals.
And as Mr. Floyd and the officers were across the street, did you notice any changes in the area?
Yeah, as there was a crowd, and I guess the crowd was becoming more loud and aggressive. A lot of yelling across the street.
Did that cause you any concern?
Concern for the officer's safety, yes.
Did you go over to try to help them?
No, because I guess my job was to watch the car and the two individuals that were by the car.
Did you know whether the car had been searched at all by officers?
At that time, no.
Were you concerned about that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I am assuming that on this day you were in a uniform similar to what a Minneapolis police officer would wear?
Yes.
So you were fully uniformed?
Yes.
With all of the duty belt and all of the things that are on the duty belt, right?
Yes.
You were driving a marked squad car?
Yes.
And does your department require you to wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
Was your body-worn camera active and recording this event?
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity at this point to review the footage that was taken by your body-worn camera?
I have.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the things you observed?
Yes.
Now, in terms of as the crowd or the group of people were congregating around Squad 320, did you notice anything in terms of the tone or tenor of the voices of those people?
They were very aggressive. Yes. Aggressive towards the officers, yes.
Did the volume increase?
Yes.
And so how were you reacting? How were you splitting? How were you reacting to that?
Yes, I was focused on the car, but then it distracts me, and I was concerned for the officer's safety too, so I just kept an eye on the officers and the car and the individuals, passengers.
If we can just show I'm going to show a couple of parts of your body-worn camera. And if you just look at the screen in front of you, does this appear to be your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And I note at the top right-hand corner here, there is a date. What is the date?
May 26th.
Of 2020?
Yes.
And I notice a time here of 1:10:25Z. Do you know what that means?
I do not.
Okay. Are you familiar with Greenwich Mean Time?
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't know why the timestamp, you said you were, what time would you originally estimate that you were dispatched to this call, or that you were assigned to this call?
I'll say approximately 8 o'clock.
Okay. Obviously, there's a time difference here that says 1:10 p.m. And you have no idea why that would be.
No.
Now, but it does appear to be your body-worn camera from that day.
Yes.
The same thing that you've observed before.
Yes.
All right. Then, Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 1054.
Subject to the court's prior rulings, 1054 is received.
So we're going to watch about 3 minutes of your body camera here. Permission to publish?
code 4.
I got that one at home.
All right, what's your name?
George. George Perry Floyd. I don't know what's going on.
I just came over to get my phone. Spell it for me. Yep.
R-G-E.
Last name?
Floyd.
That's not it. F-L-O-Y-D. Because he's been shot before. Date of birth.
October 14th.
October 14th?
73. Man, I got shot last time. Same weight, man.
That's good.
Nothing, man. That was a
George Floyd.
I don't want no problem. Ain't nothing.
Now, Officer Chang, does that represent that initial interaction that you had with officers King, Lane, Mr. Floyd, and the passengers of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And did you then, in fact, use your computer to enter in the name of George Floyd?
Yes.
All right. And after you did that, what happened next?
Again, I observed Officer Lane and Kane assist George Floyd to their squad car, which was in front of Cup Foods. So I looped my squad car around so I could be closer, and I got out of the car. And again, I observed Officer Lane and Kane pinning Floyd against their squad car, so I went to assist. But once I approached them, Officer Lane told me to go watch the car.
All right. I'm going to, if we could take this down, Your Honor. And in front of you, Officer, I'm again showing you part of your body camera footage.
Yes.
And it appears to be the same date, after you've run the information and looped the car around.
Yes.
And does this video accurately reflect what you saw and saw that day?
Yes.
I would move, Your Honor, for the admission of Exhibit 1055, which is an approximately 24-minute part of Mr. Chang's body camera.
Subject to the court's prior rulings, 1055 is received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
If you watch that car,
Okay. Okay. I don't want you guys grabbing anything from the car, okay? Leave the car alone. Leave the car alone.
Yes, sir.
All right, now.
He just got sick. There's his phone.
All right. Just leave the car alone.
Okay.
2740 minutes, huh?
How you doing?
Good. Good, good. What'd you guys take out of the car?
Get cigarettes.
Cigarettes? You got your personal items?
This is mine. I had it in my hand. This is my phone.
Okay.
His phone in there.
Whose car is this?
That's his friend's car, a female name. I was trying to think of the girl name.
Okay.
Yeah. It's his friend's car. Damn, man.
Who is he to you guys?
Silver.
That's my ex.
Your ex. Okay.
And I just seen him in the store, so he was going to give me a ride home.
Okay.
I just came to get my phone fixed.
giving her and I a ride. Giving her and I trying to get us a ride.
Okay, just stay put, all right? I don't want anybody near his car.
Is anybody gonna check my name because my daughter on her way here to get me?
All right, where's the ID?
I don't have it. I gave her my
All right,
name.
why don't you stand right there, okay?
They know who gave them the money. It wasn't us.
Okay.
320 to your visa.
Did you guys give my partners their names or no?
Yeah, we already did.
You guys did? Okay. Did he write it down?
Yep.
You wrote down everything? Okay, stay put, all right? Let's see what my partner does.
Damn, he still won't get in the car. Just sit down, dude. Dude, they gotta push him in this car. Look, he's fighting to get out.
That's fucking resistance.
What is he doing? Now he going to jail. All he had to do was now the nigga going to jail. Can y'all give him his phone though, please?
We'll see what happens, all right? You guys just stay put. Tell my partners to come back here.
Look, they still fighting.
Hey,
Oh man, what is he doing?
oh, they going all around.
You guys don't have your IDs on you?
I already gave him one, man.
Huh?
I gave it to him, man.
Why don't I see your ID again?
I gave it to him.
He has your ID?
Yeah.
And I gave him my name because I didn't even
Okay.
get a purse or nothing.
All right, well,
Just came to
just
get
stay
my
put here,
phone
okay?
paid. I know one damn thing. Y'all better go ask Mike because it wasn't us.
Okay. Let's stay further back there, okay?
Huh?
Let's stay further back. What's her name?
My name's Shawanda.
Shawanda? What's yours? What's your name?
Ricardo, William Ricardo, sir.
What is it?
William Ricardo.
Ricardo.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, man. Ask Mr. Adam about me. I just did some business with him, man.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
My daughter. They gave me some too. I tore that shit up.
Give you some what?
Fake money, man.
Who
The
gave it
man
to you?
told me somebody, I don't know, whoever the fuck asked for change or something to get some fuck ass cigarettes, and the man told me, hey, that's fake. All right, cool. You see mine, I tore this shit up right there. And he came out and started telling that dude, yeah. And I told him, the dude told him, and he told him to come back in the car, come back in the store.
But he
So
was
he was
talking.
trying to figure it out.
Yeah, he was like, what the fuck? Where I'm going to get some fake money from?
If I could ever choose just the South, 2114 has the South Carolina priority property damage to probably compensated the South.
he over there fighting with the laws and shit, man.
So Ricardo, how are you related to Floyd? How you know him?
He used to do security work at the Salvation Army, man.
How do you know him?
I don't know him. I'm telling you how. Right there.
Okay.
Security work.
So how are you guys together then?
We was getting a ride. Her and I was getting
Oh, okay, so you two are together.
No, I seen him in the store too, but that's my ex. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying?
How do you two know each other? How do you not know him when he said he's with you?
No, he was getting a ride from him too, and he told me, come on, and he'll give me a ride.
Okay. Just stay put then.
I don't need it because my daughter does.
All right, that's good.
Is this her right here?
I'll stay.
Because he was falling asleep a little bit, and then when he woke up, they was up in the door. How you doing? Yeah, and then he started saying, please don't shoot me. Right. That's why I had my hands showing.
Officer, do you see the individual on the left hand walking by?
Oh, yes.
You had no interaction with her at this point?
No.
You'd agree that this is at 123 and 17Z of your body camera footage?
Yes.
Yeah, I had my hands showing though, but Mr. Adam in the store for vouch for me.
Me too.
We
already
know. Who's Adam?
I spent my money. I paid for my phone.
I was getting a laptop and it didn't work, so he gave me my funds back.
Okay.
You can come in and talk to him.
Okay, sure.
You mind if I get my little mask?
Where is it? What is it?
My COVID mask.
Where is it?
Right here.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead. Let's make it quick. Face me.
Huh?
Face me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hope I have.
You motherfuckers don't get us in trouble for nothing. I can in trouble. I don't got no warrant. I don't give a fuck.
That's good. If you guys are on no warrants or nothing, then after all this is settled, you guys good to go out.
All this is settled. Can't y'all just ask him?
Don't you hear your friend talking? Yelling over there? I can see him yelling and talking over there. He's making
talk to the store person.
Well, I'm waiting for my partners. Gotta talk to my partner to see what's up.
He said he knew them too, so I was asking him, did he know him? He said
I know him very well. Yeah, I'm talking about I know the people in the store very well.
Okay, that's good.
212 has the closest available if you could start for an assault at next door to 2313 Washington Street Northeast. There's a black male assaulting a female. Copy.
Officer, I'm just gonna look right here at the door, just see if I left any mark right here. Get the signature. That's it.
All right, that's it, man, Ricardo. Just the door. All right?
Yeah.
Nobody's come close to us, so right now we don't need a mask yet.
Huh?
So right now nobody's come close to us, so we're good with the mask.
Oh, that he called her? Did he call her? Floyd called her? Huh?
Is it a white girl?
Yeah.
She's short?
Yeah, right here.
Stay put, guys. All right? I want to be involved in that.
Like, suspect is sitting in the
You just let us go.
The victim is crying and the suspect has a gun. He can use that as a female.
They did something to him.
All right, let's stay here, all right?
They did something because them motherfuckers taking pictures over there.
Yeah, I'm on the phone. Man, everybody recording this shit, man.
Lot 330, EMS is at Portland and 36.
I don't know. I doubt it. It's here. This guy here got us. Mr. Chief.
Copy, I was just giving you their updated location there. Stay around.
Mr. Chain is just gonna let us walk in with him with Mr. Adams.
Let's stay put here. All right, tell my partners and I'm done over there that they can figure things out. We'll figure things out, all right? Right now, we're grabbing an ambulance for your buddy, for Floyd, okay?
Fuck.
So he might have hurt himself.
They hurt him?
He might have hurt himself. All right? Who knows?
Something happened. An ambulance here, everything. Can I just see what
No,
y'all did
this-
to him?
Shawana,
He on the ground and everything.
stay over here, okay?
He on the ground?
Yes.
Where?
Right here. No, I was talking to the people.
Shawanda. What was that?
I said, y'all go one of the store guys.
Okay, let's stay put. We'll figure it out, right, Ricardo? All right, I'm not giving you guys any problems, right?
Why is he going to the hospital?
Oh, man.
Shawana, you're not helping.
I'm just trying to figure out
As we both know, if we
Once my partners get over here, they can explain to you guys, okay?
We got a make on the vehicle. I'm with a tan SUV at Lowry and Fifth.
I'll try to get that. Twelve's gonna be out with 22. Copy.
He need his phone.
Where's his phone?
It's in the car.
We'll take the car, okay? Nope, I don't want you reaching a car, okay?
It's right there on the seat.
He'll get to his car once he's done with that, okay? His car is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Right here.
Don't go into the car.
It's the front seat, sir.
I don't want you guys going to the car. That's it. Well, once my partners come over here, you guys can ask, right? What? Just go straight, man. It's tight here. You guys good? Oh. I don't know.
Officer Chang, pausing the video for a second, you'd agree that the ambulance appears to be leaving at 1:30:21 on your body worn cam?
Yes.
I was waiting for the 320.
Well, I did do a call back to get that information. They stated that it was like
That shit bogus, bro. You such a man, you about to have dreams. I didn't want the whole thing, bro. That's why I ain't saying that.
Here's a book, man. Yeah, are you guys good with diesel?
I'm gonna double check. Lane card.
Here's a book. Here's a notebook.
You want to get his phone in the car?
Yeah, it's right there on the
His phone.
sir. That's
He's already gone. He doesn't need his phone. Is that his phone? Put his phone back.
Yeah, put his phone back. He's gonna.
He's gone already. He went to the hospital.
Tell him where it is.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Put his phone back. That's it.
You know him, bro?
Yeah.
What's up? You might have called his family or something. I watched the whole thing play out. I ain't in.
What happened? Why he in the
So I didn't talk to
hospital?
them yet. You probably did.
Okay, you ran him though?
Nope.
No, that man took our name.
So supposedly your partner has his
What
ID.
happened to him?
Fucked up.
All right.
That's your partner. Your partner needs it in order.
He took your ID? Yeah. He fucked up.
He's sick.
They kept it put on the. They kept it. I already know what happened.
What?
What
What
I
happened?
tried to get him to get in the car. I tried. I told him he can't win. Go on, get in the car. I kept telling him that.
Okay.
Bro, you can't win, bro. Get in the car. Because I know you can't win.
I don't need anything from them. They're good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you guys are good.
Two things I don't fuck with.
Well, he said these two are good, but I'm not too sure about this.
Can I take Sylvia's car?
What?
That's Sylvia's truck. That's our friend Sylvia.
Okay.
Ex-co-worker. But let me try. If I get her phone, I can call her and tell her, sir.
Oh, the car's going to stay put right here until we figure it out.
Well, you better lock it because it's phone sitting right there. Can I tell
Oh,
Sylvia?
just stay put. My partner's going to come back. I don't know what the plan is with the car.
Hey, you mind if I just get his phone? Okay.
I don't want you guys touching the car.
Officer Chang, you'd agree that the timestamp on your body-worn camera when the fire truck arrives is 1:32 and 50 seconds Z, correct?
Yes.
I didn't hear anybody call for it. Different call?
We made it for
I don't think it's related. Okay. I think this car, when I got here, the doors were open, so they're involved, but I don't know. So, is he on his 10 days? Or? I think they're done. Okay. Are you still red?
Is that?
Still red?
Yeah. That group of those big hostile.
Yeah.
If you could let MFD know that EMS needs the fire needs to go to parking 36 station in the full arrest now.
It's also parking 36?
Can you advise the fire department if they're still with you, they need to go to 36 and park with the patient on full arrest?
No, I gotta get him in the car. I gotta go with you. Huh? Yeah, and I gotta get in the car. I gotta go.
Officer Chang, you'd agree that now the fire truck appears to be leaving, correct?
Yes.
Timestamp on your video is 1:35:06Z, correct?
Yes.
And are subject to the court's ruling. Now, a few follow-up questions here, Officer Chang, for you. It seems to me that you're walking around quite a bit. Can you explain why?
It's pacing back first to make sure that I was concerned for the officer's safety because of the crowd. So I just want to make sure that the officers were okay.
Did you observe other people at other locations besides where Mr. Floyd and the officers were?
You can say at least one at every corner of the intersection.
Did you observe people standing in the Speedway parking lot?
Yes.
And there were one or two people on the corner where you guys were?
Yes.
And at least one person across the street to the west, right?
Yes.
Southwest corner. Now, in terms of the general area, would you describe that as a pretty busy intersection?
Yes, traffic and foot traffic, yeah.
So a fair number of cars, vehicles traveling through that intersection?
Yes.
As well as a fair number of people on bikes or on foot walking past?
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, did this pretty much end your involvement in this case?
Yes, that's right.
So you pretty much went back to your regular duties with the park police, correct?
Yes.
All right. Based on that, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer Chang.
Good morning.
Just a few follow-up questions for you. In the video we just watched, at one point when you were talking with Officer Tao, it sounded to me like you asked him still red.
Yes.
What is that? What you said?
Yes.
What does that mean?
If his body camera is still on.
And so you were asking him if his was on?
Yeah.
And that's because you had yours on still.
Yes.
And so, Officer Chang, when you're working for the Minneapolis Park Police, you go through the academy with city police recruits, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, when you're going through the academy, do you know whether you're going to end up in the park police or the city police?
When you first start the academy, you already know who. Sorry, you already know who you're, I guess, working for. Yes.
So, as far as you know, those recruits, you could be working with them someday in the future.
I guess on a straight, I mean, if we patrol the same area or precinct, yes, but.
Right, but when you start, you could end up being a city officer just like them.
No.
Okay.
So when you first start, I guess you already get the offer from the employer. So you already received the offer from Minneapolis Park Police prior to starting the academy.
Okay, now I got it. So when you're in the academy, you know you're going to be park police and the others may be city police.
Yes.
All right. But when you get out there on the streets, while you monitor the parks, you also have authority to assist with calls outside of the parks.
Yes.
So in terms of an average shift, let's say, how often do you do this where you assist on a city police call?
Not often, unless we're close by, unless we don't, I guess there's no calls at the parks, but we pretty much keep ourselves busy with the park system.
But if you self-assign to help a city call, you're not going to get in trouble from your supervisor for that.
No.
Because that's all part of your responsibilities. You're allowed to do that.
Yes.
And in fact, when you're doing that, when you're working in the park police, you have the same radio traffic. You're able to hear the same radio traffic as the city police officers.
Yes.
And in fact, I think we heard you refer to the city officers here as your partners, correct?
Yes.
So when you're there, you look to them as your partners in working this scene.
Yes.
And you would suspect that they feel the same way about you, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. And with this particular call, you heard a request for backup, right, on this call?
Yes.
And because you heard some noise in the background, you decided initially to go lights and sirens.
Yes.
And to self-assign, I think was the term you used.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, though, on your way there, you turned off your lights and sirens, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was before you actually arrived.
Yes.
And when you arrived, I think we even heard as you're pulling up, the officers already assigned call code 4, correct?
Yes.
And what is your understanding, or back on May 25th of 2020, what was your understanding about what code 4 means?
Scene safety.
So it's under control, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you got there, you got out of your squad car, correct?
Yes.
And you see two city officers,
Yes.
and one who you later find out is Officer King
Yes.
is speaking with Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
And Mr. Floyd is sitting on the sidewalk against the Dragon Walk.
Yes.
He doesn't appear to be threatening in any way at that time, does he?
No.
Doesn't appear to be agitated or upset in any way at that time.
No.
So right there sitting on the sidewalk, he was pretty peaceful.
Yes.
And when that happened, you never heard the officers call for a code 3 to other officers responding.
No.
So they did not call a code 3, correct?
No.
That's we're doing this question thing. You heard later there was a call for code 3 on the ambulance, the EMS, correct?
Yes.
But there was never a call for code 3 for the responding officers.
I don't believe so, no.
And when you arrived and got out, I assume you were trained to assess the situation, correct?
Yes.
And you did that as you're getting out of your squad car?
Yes.
And when you did that, did you hear Officer King ask Mr. Floyd for his name?
I did, yes.
And you heard Mr. Floyd give his full name?
Yes.
Spell it?
Yes.
And his date of birth?
I believe so, yes.
And then you were asked to run that through your system, and you were able to do that, correct?
Yes.
So, then you observed as the officers, Lane and King, walked Mr. Floyd over to their squad car, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you decided to move your squad car over to that area, correct?
Yes.
And your intention there was to help those two officers with what they were doing.
Correct.
But as soon as you got out, they asked you to go watch the scene by the Dragon Walk with the two passengers.
Yes.
And you did that. You then walked back over to that location.
Yes.
And once you walked back over there, you really couldn't see what was going on with Officers Lane and King and Mr. Floyd in front of the Cup Foods.
I believe at that time they were still, still had Floyd against the car. I believe during that time, yes.
Okay, so against the driver's side of their squad car.
I believe so, yes.
But once you walked over to the far side of the road, over by the Dragon Walk, you could no longer see what was going on with Mr. Floyd.
Yeah, yes.
You indicated that the crowd was getting louder and more aggressive, correct?
Yes.
And but you knew that there were now 4 officers over at that scene, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so your main focus was on watching those passengers.
Yes, in the car.
And you assumed when you were doing that those 4 officers were okay over there because there were 4 of them, correct?
Yes.
And if they had radioed for help, you would have heard it over your radio.
Yes.
And they never radioed for help, did they?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Members of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute break while we check the availability of the next witness. It'll probably be our last break before we break for lunch. And Counsel Chambers?
This is live coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin. He's accused of killing George Floyd, and this is the first day the defense is mounting its case. We've heard from a handful of witnesses already, fairly speeding through this initial stage. The fourth witness, Officer Peter Chang with the Minneapolis Park Police. We saw that body cam footage of Officer Chang's from the night that George Floyd died. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, my guest here in the Washington Post newsroom. Rhonda, it's surreal in a way to see Officer Chang's body cam footage trained on the passengers who were in George Floyd's car as well as the car itself when we know what's happening right across the street. So let's just talk about what we witnessed today from Officer Chang's perspective, Rhonda.
Right, and Officer Chang, that was probably the lengthier witness testimony that we've seen so far today. We were able to see his body cam footage, and it gave us the perspective of what was happening at the car where George Floyd, the car George Floyd was driving. We were able to hear his dialogue, the officer's dialogue with these two friends or acquaintances of George Floyd, Shawanda Hall, I believe it is, or Shawanda Hill, and also Maurice Hall. The officer who was with the Park Police, Officer Chang, he responded as an officer helping to control the situation and just watch the car. So that's really the vantage point that we could see, and we're overhearing some of the dialogue that's going on right there. The two passengers of the car talk about they were just getting a ride from George Floyd. They had seen him in the cup foods, and they talked about, you can also hear them kind of witnessing the scene for themselves. At first they're not able to see it, but the Shawanda Hill mentions they've got him on the ground, and I think at that point she's seeing that this has escalated to a situation. So this is just another piece of evidence in this whole case where video is really driving this part of the testimony, where we're able to get a little bit more context into what happened, but also off the scene and nearby the scene, what's happening.
Eugene, let's get you in this conversation. Eugene Scott, reporter also here in the newsroom. One of the things that Officer Chang testified to was that he basically was concerned about the officers because of the crowd, and that he was monitoring the crowd to make sure that
For
the
the
officers
record,
were safe.
I hate the
let's
liberal
talk
media.
about how that testimony plays here into the defense's perspective.
Well, the defense wants to make the case that the crowd was reacting in a way that was so distracting that Chauvin or other officers could not make decisions that,
Man,
argue would be in the best interest of
the more crap you see online, the more faith you lose in humanity. I swear.
Many people who were assessing the situation reasonably would conclude, and I think
after what I saw on Twitter the other day,
keeps being brought up.
I about lost all faith in everything.
Law enforcement's interaction with black people in particular.
That trend that I saw is the dumbest and most dangerous thing that I have seen so far, way worse than eating Tide.
To behave in a way that ultimately leads.
I don't know if this one will catch on as big, hopefully not,
of a suspect,
but
perhaps this is the wrong
bad nonetheless.
If you cannot balance those two things while protecting the safety of those you play.
Little backstory here. Let me mute this idiot for a minute. Vice done a news article or story a couple years ago, and it's resurfaced, and people are doing it now. Vice went over to the Congo, over in Africa, and over there in their culture, or tribe, or whatever, women that have a bigger butt are more like viable for marriage and, all that kind of stuff. It's a status thing. So anyhow, people over here, U.S., are finding this, and women are actually taking, and I hate to even say this, chicken bouillon cube, add a little bit of water, make a paste, put it in a large syringe, shoot it up their rear end, and it makes them have a bigger butt because it draws all the moisture out of the inside of your body and it pulls in that region where you shot it up, and you get that effect. Extremely dangerous, but those people need thinned out of the gene pool anyway. But there was a video, some black girl, she was about 250 pounds or so, and she was teaching these little white girls that were probably about $110, $120, teaching them how to do it. And I was like, oh my God, that was like the most out there thing. I just couldn't believe, anybody. Now over in the Congo, They don't have bouillon, obviously, but they used chicken fat is what they used. But the salt is what does it. So I don't know if the chicken has more salt or what, but nevertheless, very dangerous. And I guess the effects are fairly quick. So they say. But man, all I could think was she'd crack one off, it's going to smell like chicken. I guess could be worse. But still, you know, when you see stuff like that, you start to really lose any hope for this world. But it just goes to show how ridiculous people are. Well, yeah, there's a lot of ways that they could get that effect, but they was looking for something quick with no effort, I think. I don't know. Just messed up all the way around. But, you know, like I say, who would ever thought people would have ate Tide, and there was a cinnamon challenge, and the coronavirus challenge. That was a bad one. But bad stuff all the way around. I don't get all those people that want to look like something else. You know, be yourself and the heck with it. Normally, though, if y'all don't know it, I stream over on Twitch, mainly. I don't stream YouTube quite as much anymore. They're too picky over here and get shut down. So, if you want, click on the link there and we'll,
Who's already sleeping?
Yes.
you can follow me over there.
And when they came there, I tried to wake him up. They tried to wake him up. And his friend tried to wake him up. And he woke up. Then he'll say something. He made a little gesture, you know, and nodded back off.
Okay. Was
He
that
did that a couple times.
Was that a kind of a sudden change from how you observed him in the store to the car?
Yes, but he already told me in the store he was tired because he had been working.
There is an objection.
Hold on. Objection, grounds?
Meeting, yes, the answer is stricken.
Overruled.
And so at some point, did the store clerks leave the side of the car?
Yes, I told him that I would wake him up and send him in there because I didn't have the money on me. I used my money. So.
Okay. And did you continue to try to rouse
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Wait until he finishes the question so that we don't overlap. Okay? Because the court reporter is taking everything down. It's really hard.
The overlap.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Thanks.
Thank you. So did you continue to try to awaken Mr. Floyd?
Yes, I tried a couple times, but then, you know, I just let it go for a minute because I was back on the phone and
All right.
I hear the rest of it.
And did the store clerks come back to the car a second time?
No.
And were you, at some point, the police officers approached the car?
Yes.
And Mr. Floyd was aroused by the police?
Yes.
So, you know, Rhonda, the details, though, that we heard after that were in cross-examination, you know, Hill saying that Floyd, you know, grabbed the steering wheel when he saw an officer there with a gun outside the window. So sort of a contrast between your friend saying, wake up, and suddenly realizing there's an officer there with a weapon drawn close by to you, Rhonda.
And that's really important. It's key because the defense's argument and why they keep asking questions about if Floyd was asleep and was it hard to arouse him is because that their argument is that he was in the midst of an opioid overdose. And we know that if one is in that type of overdose, they're shutting down, they're falling asleep, and it's hard to wake them up. So that's really what the defense wanted to get at. That's why they wanted to call her. That's why they want to call Maurice Hall to talk about how Floyd was hard to wake up. So that was something that when the prosecution came and questioned her about, and she's able to say he did put his hands on the steering wheel, he was following direction, that kind of goes up against what the defense is trying to say, that he was closing down, he was shutting down, and he was not able to be woken up.
Let's bring in our colleague, national reporter Nicole Ellis, who joins us from George Floyd's hometown. So Nicole, talk to us about how the city of Houston is trying to learn from this trial happening all the way up in Minneapolis.
Absolutely. You know, Houston, and specifically Third Ward, where George Floyd is from, is a historically Black neighborhood where, in some instances, some of what happened in Minneapolis is not unfamiliar. And I spoke to City Council member Carolyn Evans-Shabazz, who represents District D, Third Ward, where George Floyd is from. She actually went to the same high school as George Floyd, Jack Yates High School here in Third Ward. And I asked her what her thoughts were. Here's what she had to say.
This didn't happen in Houston, but it could have. We walked the same path, and that there are so many others that have walked that path. And so hopefully, you know, things can change, because we really don't want that to happen to anyone else, anywhere. But it takes time. It certainly takes time. It takes everyone to be willing to move forward. You don't want our young people to be afraid of police officers or even talking to them.
As you can hear, City Council member Karen Evans-Shabazz is trying to grapple with how to navigate having these conversations and discussing police reform in her own neighborhood and in her own city. We went on to talk about the talk that Black parents have with their kids, specifically Black boys, about how to navigate if you ever get pulled over. And it's still a challenging topic that she's personally trying to grapple with, and says that
why in the heck is it so hard for these idiots to understand? Don't break the law and you won't have to worry about it.
Across the country.
Don't be out there popping pills and trying to spend fake money and shoving guns in pregnant women's belly, and you know, don't do that stuff.
How they move forward. So that's what I'll be paying attention to, both in this
I mean, if
trial
you
and
don't want to be the stereotype, then quit acting like it.
From Houston. Back to you, Libby.
All right, thank you so
I mean,
much, Nicole Ellis.
It's
you
not
mentioned
that
you
hard.
said
There's
something
like
this morning that just
millions and millions of people across this country that,
it's
of
important
all
that,
races,
as we look at
that
what's
mind their
happening
own
in
business,
Minnesota
do what they
right
got to
now,
do every day,
in
and go
aftermath
home.
of the killing Sunday of Dante Wright at the hands of a police
I mean,
officer
geez,
just
just
20
like
years old.
that
We were
dork
talking
that got
about
shot by
where
that cop who
fits
thought
into
she had a
this
taser.
trial that's going on.
Was
And
she
you
in the
reminded
wrong?
us that,
Well,
killing
yeah,
of
she
George
made a
Floyd and the
mistake,
trial of
whatever.
Derek Chauvin
But
wasn't
at the
happening
end of the
in a
day,
vacuum, right?
he
It's
caused
not
the situation.
unique in
He
the
resisted.
phenomenon
He
of-
tried to
of
run.
police, killing Black men and women. in
If
this
he would have
country.
complied,
So, you know, it's fascinating to hear Nicole report
he'd have been
from
alive.
Houston.
If he hadn't have broke the law in the first place.
What will you be watching for, though, in the aftermath here in Minneapolis as this trial moves towards conclusion? And we also
Now, there
watch
are
the
times
aftermath
where
of
you
this
should,
latest
you
killing.
know,
Well, I think
resist.
people
I
in,
get that.
Minneapolis have made it very clear that.
But we're not talking those
for
kind of instances right now.
It's something that existed before.
You know, if you got the feds kicking in your door because they're trying to confiscate like guns or something, that's another matter.
That has had deep
But
institutional problems with police.
when it's a
and it would
traffic
be,
stop
worth
or
noting or a
something
sheriff
like
paying
that,
attention to see
an everyday
what
kind of thing,
lawmakers at the local level and
just
even
do what
those
you're
elected
told.
to,
Even if you get a
Congress and
ticket,
statewide will do
get
to
arrested,
make,
whatever.
People in this community feel
Go
safer
see the
and feel
judge,
more heard,
plead your case.
so that
That's
next
it.
year we are not talking about another Black
I've been there.
person in the Twin Cities who's lost their lives to police violence.
It sucks.
This is something
It's
that,
expensive.
It's really
but
shaping many people's
you stay
ideas
alive.
of this community. Like most people,
All
who are
that other
just
stuff will
engaging,
pass.
Paying attention to this case don't have firsthand experience with Minneapolis. All they know now is that this is a place where this continues repeatedly to be a problem. And if Minnesota as a whole does not want that reputation, continue to become the norm.
Well,
we in political spaces always hear about
Spank, you got a point there. Yeah,
it's become more clear recently that
you do
it's not
have a
the
point.
nicest place for a lot of black people, and politicians are going to have to do something about that perception if they want that to change.
Let's talk more about the testimony we heard today. And
it all comes down to nobody wants to take responsibility. They want to put it on somebody else. That's what it all boils down to.
Not hear a Code 3 issued or said.
It's always
by
somebody else's fault.
Involved, which would
somebody done
mean
me
they
wrong.
felt like
Somebody
they were under a
this.
life-threatening situation. So we did hear prosecutors there.
Buck up.
Point,
take responsibility.
Kind of question of whether they were threatened, whether they felt like they were in danger, whether they were in a heightened situation.
Yeah, that's right. And then also before they...
Yeah, what are you going to do? Resist on a street corner and be some big martyr for your cause? Oh, my rights, my this, my that. Well, you can't be a martyr if nobody knows you're there. Nobody cares.
And so he established that,
go to court, like I said, figure it out,
the storm that
move
happened.
on.
So yeah, with that information and also
same thing I did.
Here, Code 3, that sort of helps the prosecution score some points here to show that yes, the defense.
But no, this dork pops a bunch of pills,
rowdy
and all that mess, and he gets a military funeral and
calls of these officers there. But this,
I think they're gonna make him a saint, like Saint Floyd or something.
And didn't see the elevated concern that perhaps the defense is trying to get the jurors.
Man, I gotta show you all that video I made last night.
For help.
I thought it was kind of funny myself.
So, Mary Beth, we saw so much of that body cam footage. That was a prolonged segment there, but not like a ton.
The other night, night before last, when looting was going on, this dork carried a whole cart full of shoes out of a Foot Locker. So I made a video of it. I thought it was funny.
By the power of Grayskull.
I thought it was comical. I wanted it to say by the power of George Floyd, but I didn't know how to dub that. So I just left it that way.
To the courtroom. Thanks, Mary Beth. Judge Cahill.
All right, we back now. Oh, well, what a lot of people may not know, and I saw this back during the Ferguson deal, I'll mention this real quick. Stuff that people steal during a riot, sometimes it can be worth more money than the sticker price of it when it's on the store shelves. Like, if somebody makes the news running off with a pair of Nikes or something else that they stole and it makes big media, then that will be worth more money, and they sell it on an underground collector market.
Nicole, N-I-C-O-L-E, last name Mackenzie, M-A-C.
Like people that steal artwork and ancient artifacts and whatnot, same kind of thing.
Previously testified in this case, correct?
I have.
And just to refresh the jury's recollection, what is your role again with the Minneapolis Police Department?
I'm the medical support coordinator for the department.
Okay. And in terms of...
Actually, could you take your mask off?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. In terms of the training that you provide to officers, fair to say that the training consists of both academy training and veteran officer training called in-service?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of the training that your department provides, does your department provide excited delirium training to officers in the academy?
In the academy, yes.
And that's not something that routinely is given to the veteran officers?
Correct.
All right. Now, you understand that Officer Lane, who is a part of this case, recently attended the academy.
Correct, yes.
And he would have seen the materials that the Minneapolis Police Department provided relevant to excited delirium.
Yes, sir.
And you've had an opportunity and you've reviewed the PowerPoint presentations that are prepared in that regard?
I have.
Do you want the instruction?
Members of the jury, you're about to receive evidence regarding excited delirium training that was received by Officer Lane at the Police Academy. This is being offered for the limited purpose of explaining why he used the phrase excited delirium on May 25th, 2020, and what that meant to him. This is not being offered as state of mind or knowledge of the defendant, since we have no indication in the record that this defendant, Mr. Chauvin, took this training. So accept it only for that limited purpose regarding Officer Lane. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. So just going to show you, this has been pre-marked as Exhibit 1053. Does this appear to be the training materials the Minneapolis Police Department provides for officers or cadets in the academy?
It does.
Does it, and just skipping through, does this appear to be a accurate copy of that?
It appears to be so.
And I'll just kind of scan through fast. To be pretty much the entirety of that training?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury generally what excited delirium is as you train it?
Certainly. It's a condition that's a combination of a variety of different medical issues that are happening at the same time. This could be something like psychosis, agitated delirium. It could be a pressurized speech, incoherent speech, superhuman strength, hyperthermia. They could all be present.
And does the Minneapolis Police Department train cadets? What types of things cause excited delirium?
In a general sense, yes. Okay. It's a combination of pre-existing factors. It could be cardiovascular disease, also illicit drug use, and also mental health diagnoses.
Okay. And in terms of the signs that officers are trained to look for, could you describe what those are?
Yeah, we do use an acronym to correlate with that, and we use the acronym of NOT a crime. So there's varying different things you might see if somebody's presenting with excited delirium, like the person, because they are experiencing hyperthermia, meaning excessive temperature, they might be removing their clothing, they might be speaking incoherently. Whether it's a bystander or the caller, they might describe the person had just snapped. And if I could reference my materials, I can go through them a little more in detail.
So for purposes and subject to the state's objection, the defense moves to introduce Exhibit 1053.
Subject to the court's rulings, 1053 is received.
You see the first letter of your acronym, NOT a crime, before you?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
The patient might present as naked or sweating, removing their clothing.
Okay. And the second slide being, or excuse me, the next letter being O?
Yes, and that's objects, exhibiting violence towards objects.
Okay. T?
Is tough and unstoppable.
And that's what you described as like superhuman strength?
Yes, sir.
A?
The onset is acute.
What does that mean?
And that's where somebody will say the patient just snapped.
So it's rapid or fast?
Right.
C?
The patient is confused. Might be speaking incoherently.
R?
Resistant.
And define that?
That the person will likely not be able to, they don't have a capability about them to respond to commands, to comply.
Okay. And I?
Incoherent.
And how would you define incoherent in this sense?
If somebody's like experiencing some level of psychosis, they might be talking about complete nonsense. Their words just don't even make sense, and there's really no dialogue you can have with them, meaningful dialogue you can have with a person.
Okay. And M?
That'd be mental health. The person or callers have some kind of information that leads to believe there's some mental health issues going on.
Okay. And E?
And that EMS should be requested early.
It's fair to say that if an officer suspects excited delirium as occurring with a suspect, there are certain steps that they are encouraged to do, correct?
Correct.
Can you define what an officer should do if they encounter a suspect they suspect is suffering from excited delirium?
Definitely get more resources started, because you might need more resources than you would think. And then also having EMS stage at a safe distance away until the situation's under control.
And obviously attempt to control the subject?
Correct.
Through physical restraint?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once a person is in handcuffs under the excited delirium, you train officers to put that suspect in the recovery position. Agreed?
Correct.
And what would be the purpose of bringing EMS on scene?
Because people that are experiencing the excited delirium syndrome, they can rapidly go into cardiac arrest.
And that's how you train Minneapolis police cadets, correct?
Correct.
Now, again, as far as veteran officers, they may not see this particular training materials, correct?
They would not.
But is excited delirium a subject that is discussed in in-service trainings generally?
It has been in the past, but that was not with the medical support team.
So in terms of use of force or other questions or other areas of training?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer McKenzie, I have just a few follow-up questions for you. So the basic training on excited delirium with cadets or recruits is what to look for?
Correct.
And then secondly, what things they can do?
Correct.
And one of the things that they are told to do is to put the person in the side recovery position, correct?
That is correct.
And that's to help facilitate breathing.
Yes.
Because excited delirium, if it exists, could compromise proper breathing.
Absolutely, yes.
And officers, both in the academy and veteran officers, are trained on CPR.
Yes.
And so they are also trained that they have an obligation if someone becomes pulseless or unresponsive to initiate measures such as CPR.
Yes, sir.
And that would be true of, as I said, veteran officers as well, correct?
Correct. It's our policy.
And cadets like Officer Lane received CPR training, correct?
Yes, sir.
And an officer like Mr. Chauvin would have received CPR training on a regular basis.
Yes.
You were asked about the acronym to help identify potential markers of this condition.
Yes.
Would you defer to an emergency room doctor on whether someone is actually experiencing excited delirium?
Absolutely. It's not our place to diagnose that.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, officer. You are excused now. Thank you. Your next witness is available after lunch. What time?
You should be 12:30, 12:45.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break and let's reconvene at 1:15. We'll see you then.
We're now at this lunch break in the Derek Chauvin trial. You're watching a Washington Post special report. I'm Libby Casey. We have more than an hour here while this break is happening, and it may be a heavy.
All right, they're on lunch break, so two separate stories. Which one you want first? Paranormal or UFO? I'll tell them both, but which one you want? Don't make any difference for me. I've told them both a zillion times over the years. So it's up to y'all. Alright, the ghost one, alright. I was 15 when this one happened. I was a little bit older on the other one, but anyhow, me and a friend of mine, which I ain't seen for a while, but anyhow, we was out at the lake, which is about 3 miles or so from the house here, in the summer, and it was hot. I mean, it was probably close to 90, upper 80s at least. And we were going to walk around the lake. It's about a 5.5 mile loop, a big circle. So we start off, we messed around a little bit, and then we start off, we go down across the dam, you hang a left and start on the trail. You go, I don't know, maybe 1/4 mile, something like that. And the trail cuts off and goes just barely right through a farm. It's still an active farm. The people that own it don't live there, and I've never got a chance to talk to them. But right off that trail, probably 100 feet, something like that, is a house. Looked like an old Civil War style house. It's been remodeled some, but still just an old house. So we're sitting there under this big oak tree that's across the path, still on the trail. Thirsty, we done drank our water, you know, and all that kind of mess. And we're thinking, man, we'd like to have something to drink, but there's no way to get anything out here, so, like, what are we going to do? You know, neither one of us had any good ideas. We didn't have any way to, like, go home or anything right away unless we walked. So we're just sitting there for a minute, and this woman comes out of the house, out of that little house. Puts you in mind kind of like Aunt B off of Andy Griffith type of deal. And she asked us what the problem was, what was going on. And we told her. We both said, you know, we was thirsty and all that kind of mess. So she says, wait a minute. And she goes back in the house. Oh, I don't know. A few minutes went by, maybe 5 minutes. And she comes back with 2 tall glasses of lemonade. Real heavy, you know, drinking glasses, not some dollar store stuff. And she handed it to us, and she goes back in the house. So we drank them. And we thought about knocking on the door to tell her thanks or something, but being so hot and everything, we just left her alone, set the glasses in front of the door, kind of just said thanks, you know, and just walked on. Didn't think a whole lot of it. I mean, we were glad to get something to drink, but that was about as far as it went. So we went on with our day and walked around, done whatever. Well, about a month later, we're back at the same spot again. Same exact spot. And I saw a guy that was working the farm. He was messing with a tractor. I don't know what he was doing, but anyway, I hollered at him. And he come over and he says, can I help you? And I told him what happened. I said, you know, we kind of felt bad after the fact that we didn't, like, say thanks or anything. And he's giving us this really weird look. And I was like, you know, that little old lady, that Aunt B kind of type that lives in that house. He said, yeah, I'm familiar with who you're talking about, but there's a problem. I said, problem? What happened? Well, he says, she died 50 years before you boys were here. Nobody's lived in that house since. It's just an empty house. And he turns around, walks back to his tractor, and continued doing whatever he was doing. We and died. I mean, we were like, we didn't know what to say. We were just deer in the headlight look, whatever you want to say, but it was freaky. At the time that it all happened, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so we really didn't pay that much attention to like exactly what she looked like or even what she was wearing as far as that goes. I didn't know. You know, didn't look like anything to really pay attention to. But that was freaky. And then over the years when I've told that story here in town, other people have come forward and said that while they didn't experience anything at that house themselves, it always alerted their pets, their dogs and stuff, that they would walk. And they would always look and you know, really like pay attention to that house like somebody was there. I don't know, the guy was, you know, really like dead set on what he was saying. Now, the UFO story was about 2005. Same general location. I was at the lake, nowhere by that house, but in the parking lot. It was me, mom and dad, and a dog. So we go out there one night. It was in June. I got all the info written down in my files. But anyhow, we go out there, going to have a lunar eclipse. So, well, let me back up just a bit. I had just moved back up here from Virginia. I lived there for a little bit, and I had a cell phone. AT&T, one of them old Nokia ones that all you could play on it was Snake. I had that. It was never activated. AT&T wasn't even in service here at the time. So I had the phone with me because I was just playing games on it. But anyhow, that'll come into play here in a minute. So we're out there going to watch the eclipse. And it was probably 10:30, somewhere around there. And you could look up in the sky, and to the left, there was this big orange, looked like a fireball. I don't know what you'd call it, an orb, I guess. And it was going to the right, and it looked like it was going to run into the moon, but you know how it is with airplanes. They always appear to go under it. Well, this one didn't. It went all the way in front, and actually got right in front of the moon, blocked it out, went backwards, and then slowly started approaching again. When it started making that approach the second time to the moon, I looked down at the phone that was in my hand. There's no way it could work here. AT&T wasn't here. I got a full signal on it and called my grandma. I talked to her for about 5 minutes. That phone got so hot that I dropped it. That object carried on to the right and went all the way down the dam, which would have been right in line with that old house, though, coincidentally. And when it got far enough that direction, I lost all the signal on the phone. I wish I'd have kept that phone. I lost it in a move. But several months after that, the town south of me, which is Chillicothe, they opened up like the first AT&T phone store anywhere around here. So I took the phone in there, and I told the guy I was kind of what was going on, and wanted to see if I could get the phone activated. He plugs it into their computer to check it out, because I said it was having some trouble. And he says, I don't know what to tell you, but there's no way I could activate this phone. There's no internal program. It's wiped. He said, are you sure you didn't buy a display model? I said, no, I've talked on it. He said, well, I don't know what to tell you, but nothing I can do with it. And I left. And that's been my two experiences. Of course, I run a UFO reporting center now. So if anybody wants to check that out, you know, I got a lot of stuff on there. I've done a lot of reports over the years. I'll get you the link. Kind of a long link, but is what it is. But yeah, that haven't had any reports for a little while. Summer months and stuff are, you would think, would be my busier time, but they're not. Actually, the busiest time of the entire year for UFO reports for me is November. It always has been since I started. And the only reason I can think of for November, because a lot of people have asked, I got a podcast too, by the way. But the only thing I can think of is November is when it starts to get cold, and that's when you get some really clear skies at night, but yet it's not so cold that nobody's out. It's not like the dead of winter or anything. So that's the only thing I can think of, because here in the summertime the skies are either cloudy or hazy a lot, and they're just not really clear. So that's the only thing I can put together. Otherwise, I mean, if there's another reason, I haven't figured it out. But I've worked with military around the area, local law enforcement. Shoot, I've talked all the way up to the Pentagon, NORAD. I've dealt with all kinds. And 99% of them are very helpful. They're not all trying to put you off. A lot of them just don't know what they're allowed to legally talk about. And I get that. So you got to talk to the right people. Now, June 1st, if you're not aware, June the 1st is when the federal government is supposed to do full disclosure and release all of their UFO documents. Everything from Roswell all the way up. That was in the last COVID bill. Now, there's a strange twist to all of this. Now, is this going to happen? I can't say, but it's speculation. A lot of higher-ups, if you want to call them that, in the UFO community, more well-known, respected people, have made this comment. The reason the government is so willing to release things right now is there's talk of a planned fake alien invasion in order to get the population to give up the last bit of rights that they have for safety. Something along the lines of, we're tracking these objects, they'll be here, we estimate, within about a week or so, and you know, we've got an idea how to handle this, but it's going to take full compliance of the people, and something along those lines. I think I've had a couple Montana reports. Not one of the more popular places to get a report from, but I've done reports all over the world, though. Mostly U.S., but... And I've also got on the website that I can play if you would like, the original ABC radio broadcast of the Roswell crash. If you'd like to hear it, I can play it. It's not really long. Just a couple minutes or so. Blue Book, Project Blue Book, got a good story about that. A friend of mine that lives about 60 miles from me, over by Wright-Patterson, he was a UFO investigator, same as me. He got too busy with his job and had to kind of sidetrack that. But several years back, he was up one night, bored, you know, messing around on the internet like we all do. He jumped on Craigslist and typed in UFO just for the fun of it. Well, there was a listing there of UFO paperwork. and it wasn't too far from him, about a 15-minute drive. So he got a hold of the guy and goes to meet him. Well, come to find out, in that area, which was, I believe, Fairborn, Ohio, there was an auction at an old house. The guy buys a pile of lumber and other scrap wood and whatnot, and you get the whole pile, all the way to ground. So he bought it. Well, under that pile was a bunch of smashed up boxes and stuff, so he took it all home. Inside those boxes were the original U.S. Air Force Project Blue Book files. So my buddy looks through them, and I've seen these files myself, and there was a common name of the officer that wrote a lot of them, paperwork, signed them and stuff. So he does some research, tracks the guy down who is now living in Alabama, who says, well, if you give me a couple months when I get back to my other place I've got in Florida, I'll send you the rest of what I have. And sent him several more boxes of documents, which are all online now on the Black Vault website, blackvault.com, I believe. So my buddy spent some time and had them all done digitally, and then he mailed everything to Roswell, New Mexico, and it's now in their archives at the college out there, because he knew he couldn't, protect all the paperwork, and takes a lot of care to store stuff like that. But I did get to see a lot of it. I didn't look through every page, but because there was a ton of stuff, but it was very interesting. But yeah, I'll play that little clip off the website right quick here. So give me just a second here.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago.
The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucers. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brizzell was the man who discovered the saucer. Colonel William Blanchard of the Roswell Air Base refuses to give details of what the flying disc looks like. In Fort Worth, Texas, where the object was first sent, Brigadier General Roger Ramey says that it is being shipped by air to the AAF Research Center at Wright Field, Ohio. A few moments ago, I talked to officials at Wright Field, and they declared that they expect the so-called flying saucer to be delivered there, but that it hasn't arrived as yet. In the meantime, General Ramey describes the object as being of flimsy construction, almost like a box kite. He says that it was so battered that he was unable to determine whether it had a disc form, and he does not indicate its size. Ramey says that so far as can be determined, no one saw the object in the air, and he describes it as being made of some sort of tinfoil. Other Army officials say that further information indicates that the object had a diameter of about 20 to 25 feet, and that nothing in the apparent construction indicated any capacity for speed, and that there was no evidence of a power plant. The disc also appeared too flimsy to carry a man. Now, back to Taylor Grant in New York.
There was important activity within the UN Security Council today.
So that's pretty interesting. Now, the weather balloon story that it changed to actually came from my town. My little town here in Ohio is where that story came. It's documented. It was right during that time period. There was 2, maybe 3 farmers here that found some weather balloons. They knew what they were. They called the sheriff and said, hey, we found these balloons and somebody might, want them back, whoever turned them loose. And that's where it started. Also, right outside of town here, there was a gentleman, he's passed away now. He was an officer, Bruce Stevenson. And he's labeled as the first close encounter ever actually reported. And I've been to the farm many times. There was a barn. It's not there anymore, but it was a hog barn. The foundation's still there. And the report stated that a flying disc hovered over his barn, shined a blue light inside, and said it caused all of his hogs to go mad. But my grandfather, though, who passed away a couple years back, 2019, probably one of the most respected people in this area. He was a minister for 60 years, in the military for 19 years. I mean, he, really up there. And that's where I got the kind of the bug, so to speak, on UFOs, because he actually saw one himself land on the Army base, which is just about 20 minutes north of me, that he worked at. He knew that base better than probably anybody at the time. He was a staff sergeant, and he drove all the higher-ups around, chauffeur more or less. And he was doing some civilian work at the time and running paperwork back and forth to the base, lab reports, this kind of stuff. And when he went there one day, he said that everything seemed, normal, until a call came out over the loudspeaker that said, if you live on the base, you was instructed to go inside the barracks and block the windows and don't look out. If you didn't live on the base, you was instructed to leave. And it wasn't long after the object landed on the runway, and guys that he was not familiar with, including insignias that he never seen, kind of swarmed the object, and he don't know where it went from there. There is some underground spots of that base, so maybe they took it underground, I'm not sure, but he had told me that story several times when I was younger, and that's what really piqued my interest in the whole subject. But if you go to my website and scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see I've got a Facebook page you can follow, as well as a podcast. Now, there's a lot more episodes to that podcast than what I have posted. I don't do the full podcast. I've got about a 10-minute, give or take a minute or two, segment that's in there on UFOs and things. And then the rest of the podcast carries on. So only the podcast that I have a segment in have I uploaded. But if you go to, you can get on Apple or Podbean or, wherever you get your podcast, and it's Paranormal Road, and you can listen to all of them. I done a show a year or two back, a whole episode on UFOs, and it was so well received that they gave me a permanent spot. But of course, there's not always information every single week, so, I don't always have a segment, but when there is something to report, then I'll, definitely record a segment. Oh, wow. This was just posted on Twitter, I take it. Kimberly Potter has been identified as the police officer who shot and killed Deontay Wright on Sunday. Her home address has been doxed. Wow. So yeah, protesters and stuff will be right on her doorstep. But yeah, this is just... They should just dismiss his trial, send the guy home, and be done with it. But yeah, they're going to go after that woman. I mean, she was a white woman, so they already hate her, as far as that goes. By the way, just a side note, I got me a 3D printer. I should have it in action this weekend, I hope. It was kind of aggravating. I got the printer, got it all put together, which had a couple tricky spots, but overall, you know, I got it. And I went to use it, and it wouldn't work. I mean, it powers on and everything, but it's got a home feature to set everything, you know, to a fixed location, and it just would not work. Well, come to find out, one of my switches was broke. So I had to get in touch with the manufacturer, well, the guy that sold it to me, and all that mess. So I went ahead and ordered the switch on eBay, and then they reimbursed me for it. So hopefully by the weekend because I ordered, well, originally there was a guy that had some off-brand switches. I got 11 of them for like $12. So I grabbed those. And then the guy messaged me this morning, and he's like, well, if you go ahead and buy a switch, then I'll give your money back. I'll deal with the company. So then I went ahead and bought an actual name brand switch. A little better quality than the others. So once that all shows up, then I can get it put together and figure out what I'm going to print. Print some white privilege cards. You can buy a laser for it too, which would be neat. But those printers have really come down in price, and even the accessories and stuff for them are not all that expensive. I was really surprised. You can buy the whole laser for it for under $50. Let's see what's going on here.
Minnesota that have been covered up for many years, and the officers have walked free. There has been over 470 murders at the hands of law enforcement in the last 20 years in the state of Minnesota, and only one man in history has been held accountable, and that was a minority man that killed a white woman, Justine DeMond. We know that there was not one man that was guilty out of all of these bodies, almost 500 bodies. Enough is enough. We're standing together in solidarity. You will not separate our families. You will not isolate these issues. And we are coming forward together. We are unified, and we're standing in solidarity. We have strong supporters, strong attorneys that are backing us up, and we're here today to put an end to everything that you guys have tried to cover up, keep under the rug, because enough is enough, and and we're standing up. Thank you. We will have, who we have? Okay, we're gonna have attorney Ben Crump and then Dante Wright's mother, Katie.
Come up a little bit. Filoni, let's have you all get on this side. We'll keep China. China, I want you to get up in front here.
Okay.
Now you should, okay. Okay. Hey! Excuse me, man. No, don't push it. Okay. Okay. Thank you to Shira, and thank you to Families versus Police Violence, Families Supporting Families Against Police Violence. Thank you for always standing up for families even when the media isn't present. I think we should give them a round of applause.
Yes.
Thank you, Tashira. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Jeff Storms, who hails here from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Attorney Tony Romanucci. We have the honor of representing the family of Dante Wright. Also, Attorney Storms and Romanucci and I, along with Attorney Chris Stewart and Attorney Justin Miller, have the honor of representing the family of George Floyd Jr. As you can see here, this is a bittersweet moment. It is somewhat gratifying that you have George Floyd's family, who left out the courthouse where the Derek Chauvin trial regarding the death of George Floyd is currently underway, because they thought it was important that they give comfort to Dante Wright's mother and father and family, and Dante Wright's child, Dante Jr., and his mother, China Whitaker, because this time last year, almost a year ago, they were facing the unimaginable. They were facing the unbelievable. They were facing the agony of losing a family member to police excessive force. And it is unbelievable. I mean, it is just something I could not fathom, that in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a suburb 10 miles from where the Chauvin trial regarding George Floyd was taking place, that a police officer would shoot and kill another unarmed black man. Listen. It's something that if you told me and I didn't see little Dante's face and his mother, grandmother crying, I wouldn't believe it. Because if ever there was a time when nobody in America should be killed by police, it was during this pinnacle trial of Derek Chauvin, which I believe is one of the most impactful civil rights, police excessive use of force cases in the history of America. And we believe with everything in our heart, Katie, that police would be on their best behavior, that they would exercise
Man, this is stupid. Like I said earlier, quit breaking the law, you dork.
Concentrate on de-escalation in a way that they have never concentrated.
You think after as many of you has been killed, you'd wise up. Be like, dang. So he did this and he got killed, so I'm not going to do that. Seems logical.
Traffic citation, and Attorney Storms is going to talk about this because y'all do understand we're still in the midst of a pandemic where many people in this state could not get their license tabs on their license plates renewed because the DMV, like everything else in America, was shut down.
Oh, that's a lame excuse.
You need to be sensitive because
Every state that shut down DMVs and stuff, they all gave extensions. You ain't gonna sit there and say, oh, he got pulled over because his tags was expired because of COVID.
people sometimes forget
Idiot.
memos and initiatives about the realities of
That's
life.
the mama there in that bright colored thing.
From his mother, and it's snoring, so everybody's going to try to be brief.
Yeah, that's the mother, the white woman.
Phone call in the car with
Not the one with the bozo looking hair, but the other one.
it's evolving so they can justify the unjustifiable. But we're not going to let them justify it, are we?
It's what happens when you roll coal. All I can say.
Dante Wright life matters. Dante Wright life matters. And so, when you
At first I thought his last name was White. But it's right. Well, actually he was wrong, but the name was right.
threat to them. Was it the best decision? No. But young people don't always make the best decisions. As his mother said, he was scared. And you have
That's stupid. Oh, he was scared. Idiot.
on the police force who was training them. Brandon Trey. She was the trainer of the officers. And so for 26 years, you know how you're trained that your duty weapon is on your dominant side and your taser is on your non-dominant side. And why is that? Because it's foreseeable that in an exigent situation, if the taser's beside the gun, you might pull the wrong thing. But after 26 years, you would think that you know what side your gun is on and what side your taser is on. You know the weight of your gun and you know the weight of the taser. You know the gun is...
Yeah, they're playing armchair quarterback. You know, everybody knows everything right, and you know, it's easy to sit back and say, well, this, that, and the other, but when you're in the situation, it's totally different.
It reminds you of George Floyd. That was a misdemeanor. They could have gave him a ticket for that. But when it's black people in America,
I'm so sick of that when it's black people in America. Well, you're the one committing the crimes, dummy. I don't care how minor the crime is or how severe, it doesn't matter. That was why the cops was there to begin with, is because a crime was committed. Plain and simple.
what advice they can give to this family. And then you're going to hear from this mother, father, and this mother of Dante Wright. Attorney Jeff Storms.
There's not a lot left that my great co-counsel and our leader, Ben Crump, hasn't said already. But whenever you hear the word accident, I want you all to be armed with some responses. An accident is knocking over a glass of milk.
Tell him, Jeff.
It's not an accident.
Oh, milk's racist. You can't say that.
Out of the holster. It's not an accident to point your gun. It's not an accident to ignore the fact that what you're holding doesn't weigh the same amount as the taser that you've used in training hundreds of times. How many times in training over the course of 25 years has this officer pulled, aimed, and shot her firearm in practice?
Practice is nowhere near the same as a high-stress situation on the street.
The tragic lost life that this family has experienced. And so whenever anyone tells us it's an accident, I hope that we're all very quick to...
Yeah, they were trying to say that looting and all that mess is protected under their First Amendment free speech. Which obviously it's not, but...
Kim Potter has resigned. She has resigned 2 days after she fatally shot Dante Wright. Let's check in with what the mayor is saying.
But they think that it's their right to do so.
So, with the police chief's resignation, we're going to appoint 2 of our senior commanders to play critical leadership.
I don't know. Like I said, the whole world's a mess.
Through this crisis. Commander Tony Groening is going to be the acting chief, and Commander Garrett Fleslin.
Yeah, they're idiots for sure.
To assist the chief with regards to handling this current.
So it's hard to say.
And so that is
those are
the
riots will kick up
at the moment. If you have
or what, but
any questions.
Now there is some interesting info though that I saw last night. I haven't looked today, but as of I think it was about 6 o'clock or so last night, all the fences and barricades were removed around the White House. So that's something to pay attention to. You know, they've already got riots and stuff scheduled for nationwide, including the capital, D.C., but yet they removed all the barricades and fences and hauled them away on big flatbed trucks. There was video of it. So that seems very strange.
I don't have any prepared statements. I'm just trying to step forward and fill a leadership role right now. I understand. Sure. Yeah. You know, it's very chaotic right now. You know, I was just informed less than a half hour ago or an hour ago about the change in status. There's just a lot of chaos going on right now. We're just trying to wrap our heads around the situation.
So I'm not really sure what to make of it all, but
I can kind of transition into we'd like some calm for the community, just some pause and community calming as we try and wrap our heads around the entire situation.
Let me just say the acting chief here has spent a lot of time.
A lot of crazy stuff though.
In the community, working with the community. He's someone who knows.
You know, they're wanting to go after and ban the AR and AK pistols, and that guy killed a cop with one just the other day in New Mexico. You had the Deontay Wright thing, the school shooting yesterday down in Knoxville, and then the guy here in my state, Ohio, that was killed in the emergency room by a cop. So there's been a whole lot of stuff going on that they definitely want to capitalize on.
You know, I do not have the answer to that. I do not know that.
Because you do have a lot of people on the fence when it comes to gun issues.
No, I can't. I don't know.
Okay.
The situation in her.
And that will get a lot of those on the fence people to go to the anti-gun side.
Well, you know, what I understand is that the officer stepping down has the effect, I think, of speaking to one of the things that the community, that folks who have been out here
protesting have been calling for, and that is that the officer should be relieved of her duties. And so, I'm hoping that this will help bring some calm to the community. Although, I think ultimately people want justice. They want, full accountability under the law. And so that's what we're going to continue to work for. We have to, make sure that justice is served, justice is done. Dante Wright, deserves that. His family deserves that. And, I'm appreciative of the officer, stepping down and saying that, she felt that was the right thing to do, for the community. And, I couldn't agree more.
Did the city ask her to resign?
We did not ask her to resign. That was a decision she made.
When did she make this decision, and did she get wind that you were planning to terminate her?
I do not know if she got wind of an impending termination or not. She, I believe informed the city this morning at approximately 9:56 this morning. At 9:56 a.m. this morning.
Mayor, what kind of message are you hoping these personnel changes send to the community, especially specifically the police chief?
Well, certainly. I mean, we want to send a message to the community that we're taking the situation very seriously. Although things did not unfold the way we thought ultimately they should unfold, we're hoping that we're turning over a new leaf now. I'm confident in that. I think that we're going to develop an approach that is community-based, that is based on working with the very strong voices in our community, people who are influencers in our community, in partnering directly with the police department, partnering directly with the leadership to try and at the same time provide people the opportunity to speak up and deliver their grievances to government, but to do so in a way that their anger is channeled to protesting, and we want the community to know that this leadership for the department here, these are two individuals who are, and the acting chief in particular, they both are committed to engaging the community, engaging people who are out here protesting. And that's the message we want to send. We think that we can do both. We can keep the community safe, and we can do that by working with the community and working with leaders.
And who is ultimately in charge now? Is it you? Is it the city council? Is it the acting city manager? There seemed to be some confusion about that yesterday.
There's no, okay, let me clear that up. So I am in charge, ultimately. Obviously, the acting city manager has day-to-day responsibilities over the department, and so that's the chain of command.
I got a question. Can I ask you about the do you guys plan on removing that blue thin line flag from in front of the police station? That is for all three of you. Any of you three can answer that question.
I'll answer that. I have gotten a number of inquiries about the flag. I've gotten inquiries from the ACLU of Minnesota, requests, to have that flag taken down because they see it and the community sees it as inflammatory. And so with people coming to the department expressing their anger and seeing the flag, we don't want the flag to be a flashpoint that angers people and does that in a way that that they're going to come to the department, and so we've asked the flag to be removed. Has the flag been removed?
Okay. My understanding is that, do you know whether the blue flag has, okay, you're not aware. Okay.
First I've heard of it, I'm sorry.
Okay, I do believe that the flag is no longer there, and what's there is the American flag.
So one of the controversies, in addition obviously to the killing of Dante, was the way that police responded to the peaceful protesters, tear gas and rubber bullets. Now that you're in charge, can you assure us that we're not going to see a repeat of that tonight?
This is
just got pulled over by the police.
The mother of Dante Wright, Katie, is speaking right now at the microphone, so let's go to that.
Take them down. He said he also, the police officers were asking about insurance. And I said, okay, when the police officer comes back to the window, put him on the phone and I can give him all of our insurance information. A second goes by and I hear the police officer come back up to the window and ask Dante to get out of the car. Dante asked for what? The police officer said, because, I'll explain to you when you get out of the car. He said, am I in trouble? He said, we'll explain all that when you step out of the car. Dante, and then they asked him to put the phone down. Dante put the phone down. I heard some scruffling. He got out of the car and I could hear the police officers and scruffling with him.
Take your time. We with you.
We love you, son. Then I heard the police officer ask them to hang up the phone. They hung up the phone. 3 or 4 seconds went by. I tried calling it back to back to back because I didn't know what was going on. And I never imagined this is what was going to happen. I just thought maybe he was being arrested. And then when I called back, the girl that he had in the car answered the phone. And it was on a FaceTime. And she said, she was crying and screaming, and she said that they shot him. And then she pointed the phone towards the driver's seat, and my son was laying there, unresponsive.
My Lord.
That was the last time that I seen my son. That's the last time I heard from my son, and I have had no explanation since then.
We with you, Miss Katie.
We got your back.
Please keep it. Mr. Wright, do you have a word to say? Okay. Okay. Now we're going to hear from China Whitaker, and we'll have Miss Naisha Wright speak for her brother Aubrey Wright. So please give your attention to this young woman who now has to raise her son without his father. Miss China.
The last time I seen Dante was when I had dropped my son off with his grandma, and I didn't know that was gonna be the last time that I was gonna see him. And I just feel like that's so wrong because now my son, he don't have a dad. His dad didn't get to see him for his 2nd birthday or for any of his birthdays. And I'm just so messed up about it because I feel like they stole my son's dad from him.
Thank you, China. They did steal him. And now we're going to hear from Naisha Wright. This is the sister of Mr. Aubrey Wright. And she's going to speak from the heart and say some of the things that her brother is too heartbroken to say. So y'all please give your attention to Naisha Wright. Hey, you want to get up on the mic so they can hear you?
Say his name!
Dante Wright!
Say his name!
Dante Wright!
They murdered my nephew. She killed my nephew. Listen. Every pistol, every taser, it has a safety on it. She saw that, she had to release that. I watched that video like everybody else watched that video. That woman held that gun out in front of her for a long damn time. A long damn time.
Yes, she did.
My nephew was 20 years old.
Tell him
20 years old. I don't care what nobody got to say about him. He was loved.
Yes,
he was ours. He came from us. My brother and my sister is hurt. Like I said, this is no broken home. This is no broken home. is 23 years of love.
Tell 'em.
23. My nephew was 20. Did y'all not see my little great nephew? Did y'all not see that beautiful baby? He is fatherless. Not over a mistake, over murder. Come on. That's murder.
Murder.
Say his name.
Dante Wright.
Say his name.
Dante Wright.
I wear this shirt. And the craziest thing is to find out today that my family has connections to this man, to this family. His girlfriend was a teacher for my nephew.
My Lord.
My nephew was a lovable young man. His smile. Oh, Lord, the most beautiful smile. Y'all took that. My nephew's blood is on y'all hands.
Tell him nice.
I've never seen my brother hurt like this before. Never. To hear my brother and to see my sister's pain. Come on. Hold her accountable. Hold her higher than accountable. You train people on this stuff. You train people on this stuff. 26 years. 26 years.
Veteran. Kimberly Potter. Say whatever you want to say.
Y'all took him. They need to pay. She needs to pay.
They didn't ask to be. Say his name. Say his name. Dante Wright. Say his name. Dante Wright. Say his name. Dante Wright. Dante Life Matters. 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 Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. And now, we will hear briefly from his cousin who was his age, Mario Greer. He's going to briefly tell you from a young person's perspective what they're going through.
I just want to say, I didn't get to say this to my cousin, but I didn't get the chance to tell my cousin I love him, but I'm telling him I love him now. And
take your time.
It's okay, nephew. It's
Take your
okay.
time.
20 years. Now I gotta go every holiday now without my cousin, my baby cousin.
This is pain that y'all seeing. This is pain.
I won't be able to spend holidays with him anymore. The 4th of July, that's our favorite holiday together. We like to shoot Roman candles at each other. We're not gonna be able to do that no more. I love you, Dante.
Love you, Dante.
Say his name!
Dante Wright.
Say his name!
Dante Wright. And now we're going to have his aunt, Nina Wright. We're going to have, is Nina here? Okay. We're going to have, is Nina here? Well, Grandma? Oh, is Nina here? Okay. Grandma Angie Golson. And then that'll be our final speaker before we have Tashira going to have someone speak to you. We'll try to answer a few of your questions. But please give your attention for his grandmother, Angie Golson.
When I first heard what happened,
take your time.
I couldn't believe it.
They couldn't hear you.
I could not believe it. I thought somebody was playing a joke on me. It hurt me to my heart. Dante was a beautiful child. He might not have been an angel, but he was our angel.
Our angel.
He belonged to us. He belonged to us.
Tell him, Grandma.
And he's gonna be missed. Okay, Mom.
I'm
The
gonna.
grandmother of Dante Wright and his aunt, they're embracing just so much pain from that family. Pain, shock, and outrage. Ben Crump, the attorney there, who's been speaking along with attorney Jeff Storms and other family members.
The day that Dante was murdered, Justin Tigan, I was having a balloon release for his birthday, which is today. I want Minnesota to pay attention to the pain that they have caused. We was in those legislative rooms and they wouldn't pass the bills. We was out here with our boots on the ground. We was meeting with the governor. We was meeting with the attorney general. Our families who have already lost loved ones have been fighting and they did not listen to us. They did not make the changes, and that is why Dante is gone today. That is why George Floyd is gone today, because there's some families that led up to Dante. It's some families that led up to George Floyd. I want each family to raise their hand that is out here
That's
today.
Tashira Garraway with families supporting families against police violence, focused on victims of police violence in Minnesota. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. The trial of Derek Chauvin is on a lunch break right now and will go back to the courtroom when it comes back live. I'd like to go to my guest, Keith Alexander, who covers crime in courts. Keith, first of all, this is just such a raw and terrible moment for the Wright family. Your reflections here.
A raw and terrible moment for not just the Wright family and the Floyd family, but just people who are just watching this, for Minnesotans, for people of America, just watching this. This was pain, and everyone was so eloquent, just talking and speaking from their heart, and it was just as Crump said, the irony of something like this happening during this trial, during the Derek Chauvin trial, the irony of this happening at this time, it was quite poignant to hear all of this, to see all of this. And I guarantee you, there are some jurors who are watching this or listening to this, or will see it tonight when they get home and turn on the news or what have you. They're going to see this. And it's just to see how this plays out, if at all. I am sure that Nelson is going to ask the judge questions, to ask the jurors when they watch any of this press conference. So I'm curious to see how that happens.
Yeah, Keith, Naisha Wright, the aunt of Dante Wright, was just talking about how what we were witnessing is raw pain, and we were witnessing raw pain in this family's reaction. Turning to the legal questions that you bring up, as we saw jury selection going forward in the Derek Chauvin trial, when the settlement with the city was announced, which is separate from this, but was such a huge whopping figure in the $20 million range for the Floyd family, the judge asked the jurors to ask them what they knew about it, what they'd heard, and in fact we saw some dismissals because people admitted that yes, they'd heard about it and it tainted or influenced their opinion of Derek Chauvin. So I'm glad that you're bringing up that, of course, the defense could press the judge to ask these jurors at some point if they're aware of what's going on outside the courtroom.
Yes, you can believe that Nelson's going to do that. He's going to probably do that today after the lunch recess. He's going to want to know and hear the jurors tell them whether or not they are aware of what just happened outside. Crump did this on purpose. He had this press conference during the lunch break, during this Chauvin trial, on purpose, for a reason. It's very strategic on his part. So yes, you got to believe that they're going to ask the jurors at some point how much of this case, this Dante Wright case, are they familiar with. So
Keith, is there a danger though in setting this up for Chauvin's lawyers, if he is convicted, to try to challenge that conviction. And of course, it is not, we have to be careful in how we word this, because the killing of Daunte Wright is a terrible tragedy that has happened outside of this proceeding. But, if someone like Ben Crump is thinking about how he communicates to the public, he's a lawyer, right? When and how he communicates to the public, how he represents these families. Are there some challenges and complications here about the timing of everything?
That's a very good question. But you're right. Daunte Wright's death is separate from George Floyd's. But Crump is doing this for a reason. He wants to get the word out. He's trying to let people know, you, the jurors, you can put an end to this. You can send a message, and that message will be guilty. And I think that's why Crump did this press conference when he did it in front, right on the steps, right outside. He wanted to get that message out to these jurors that you have another family grieving, and you, the jurors, can put a stop to this. I think that's why he did it. But like you said, I mean, this could blow up in his face, because Nelson, Chauvin's attorney, could say, no, if a conviction comes down, we want to appeal it because this influenced the jurors. It has nothing to do with the evidence of the case. So it really is a double-edged sword.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you just to get some perspective here. It's hard to witness this family's pain and distress, but it just is another example showing Americans what is happening around their country. I was looking at the front page of our paper, the Washington Post, today, and we have this database looking at people fatally shot by police. Daunte Wright is at least the 200, and I believe it's 62nd person fatally shot by police in 2021 in the United States per Washington Post data. That's on the front page here of the Post today. Let me turn that so people can actually see it. It's something you've reported on in the past, Rhonda. You've reported on not just murders, but also brutality, beatings, attacks, things that people have suffered at the hands of police. It is a tough bar, though, when you come to the court of law and prosecuting them, or at least it certainly has proven to be.
Yeah, historically, officers don't even get to this point where Chauvin is, where he is now on trial. So that's another part of the historic nature of this case. Officers often don't have a very high conviction rate either if they are brought to a trial. So that's something that we heard from the family's attorney, the Floyd family's attorneys early on in this, is that brace yourselves, because usually officers aren't held accountable in these situations. And we've also heard Keith Ellison, the state attorney general who is overseeing this case for the state, also say we have a solid case, but brace yourselves because the verdict may not be what you think it might be in the end. I think when I was watching that, the press conference and the remarks by the Wright family, it's just, you almost wonder if that's going to, if people who weren't demonstrating already are going to want to demonstrate now, because we saw so much rawness from that family, and it was rawness that so many people can identify with. And as the aunt was speaking, I was thinking about something that Darnella Frazier, the young woman who took the video that went viral of George Floyd, when she was on the stand 2 weeks ago, she said, I saw my father in George Floyd. I saw my brothers. I saw the black male friends that I have. I saw them all right there. And that's something that many black people can identify with, is when you see these families, you can identify with them almost instantly. And there's almost a vicarious trauma that you go through when you hear and you see these events. So I'm just wondering, now that we've seen several members of the Wright family speak and give a retelling of what type of person Daunte Wright was, if that doesn't fire up this area of Minneapolis anymore and have more demonstrations, that the defense, Chauvin's defense, might be a little concerned about how that might influence the jury. So the timing of this is certainly interesting and ironic, and I think Keith pointed that out too, that it's incredibly ironic that this is all happening just within potentially days of us seeing a verdict here.
Yeah, Eugene, the question is, what kind of a game changer are cell phones and are all of the cameras everywhere? Because it's not just seeing the footage and videos, it's also hearing Katie Wright, the mother of Daunte Wright, talk about being on the phone with him. And it's something that I think every mother, aunt, sister, you know, can relate to, hearing your loved one being worried and afraid in this police encounter, not really sure what to do, not really sure why you're being pulled over, and then to have that phone line go dead, and then to FaceTime with the person, the passenger in that car, to hear that horrible news that her son had been shot. The question is, what do those cameras and cell phone conversations actually yield in terms of accountability and justice?
Right, a very important question. 2 points. I was in Oregon last summer after the protests related to George Floyd's killing, and one of the things that really stood out to me there is the crowd was overwhelmingly white and consisted of a lot of moms who very much related to the cries out to George Floyd's mother, and they said they identified with this situation as moms. They could relate to what it was like to hear your child in danger, in duress, and wanted to show their sympathies to this cause. And that's in part what opened their eyes to this issue that so many activists and quite frankly, young black men have been trying to bring attention to over years. Secondly, the role of recordings, I believe, based on my interviewing, really is what helped change the perspective of this whole issue. We know last June, according to the Pew Research Center survey, more than 65% of Americans were siding with Black Lives Matter activists, or at least had a positive view of them, at least when it comes to their fight against police violence. And they said it was in part due to finally seeing video recordings of police interacting with black people that led so many of these conservatives and white Americans in the suburbs and just individuals who don't have much negative contact with law enforcement to say that something is wrong, that we have a problem. And so these recordings, these viral clips that you know, were all over social media have had a huge role in how people are now responding to this issue.
All right, well, I want to recap the breaking news out of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. That's where police officer Kim Potter has now resigned 2 days after she fatally shot 20-year-old Dante Wright in that traffic stop on Sunday. But Kim Potter was not the only one to lose or leave her job. Let's listen to the Brooklyn Center Mayor Mike Smith address the press just a short time ago.
As of this morning, we have the resignation. We have received a resignation letter from Officer Kim Potter. And in addition to that, we have also received a letter of resignation from the police chief.
All right, that's the mayor of Brooklyn Center. Let's go to Griff Whitty, our colleague who's been following all of this as it unfolds. So Griff, Officer Kim Potter has resigned, but we had certainly heard from the mayor that he wanted her out of that post.
That's right. That was what the mayor said yesterday, and he reiterated it again today. Mm-hmm. And he made very clear in his statement that he believes there needs to be accountability in this case, that Dante Wright was killed, that people need to be held accountable. And it seemed very clear, in addition to saying that he wanted Kim Potter to resign, it seemed pretty clear that he had also forced the chief's hand. The chief yesterday, Tim Gannon, in the press conference, had given no indication that he planned to step aside. He was saying that he would stay in that job. And the mayor had the authority to push him out, and it seems as though that is what has happened. And when asked about it, he basically said, the mayor said, this is what the community has been demanding, and that there was a great deal of anger over the way the police responded Sunday night to protests, and that the community has demanded, among other things, that the chief step down as a result of what happened.
Keith, let's bring you in on this. She has resigned. Kim Potter, this longtime veteran, has resigned. And there was some question in the press conference with the mayor about if she'd be able to keep her pension. And they said, we'll get back to you on that, basically. But often resignations can result in retaining those benefits, different than getting fired. We'll have to wait to see how that plays out specifically in this case. But why is that so significant?
Well, that's very significant, Libya. Here's why. If she resigns, and as well the chief, they get to retain their pension, right? And they get to go to another police force without this cloud hanging over them of being terminated. But if just or resign, like it looks like they did, then they're able to do that. What's interesting, I was talking to one of my editors just a moment ago, and my editor said, there could be something in place whereby Potter and the police chief created some type of a provision, if you will, whereby even if they resign, they're going to still might not get all of their benefits, might not get all of the pensions. That's why the mayor could not really give a lot of information about the package, about the financial package, because there could be something in place whereby if you resign, you're not going to get all of your pension, whereas in normal cases you would. So we're going to find out a little bit more about what exactly happened with these resignations. I'm also curious as to whether or not why the police chief really resigned. I mean, oftentimes these chiefs will resign out of support for their officer, that they are not liking how this is happening, this investigation is happening, and what's about to happen. So out of support, they will resign. If the community was calling for his resignation, that could have been the reason. But we really want to hear what led the police chief to abruptly resign, because even the mayor seemed like he was kind of taken aback by the timing of all this happening so quickly.
Let's go back to Griff for a moment. We heard from Naisha Wright, the aunt of Daunte Wright, that Daunte Wright's son is now fatherless over not a mistake, she said, but of murder. So there is this question of, just how much of an umbrella this quote-unquote mistake of thinking a gun is a taser, just how much, how far that will get Kim Potter and the police department there, Griff, in terms of a defense, both in the court of public opinion as well as any sort of legal, difficulty there, Griff.
That's right. And you heard from the family's counsel, Ben Crump, as well as the co-counsel, both of them making the case that this was entirely avoidable, that the whole question of why was Daunte Wright's car stopped in the first place, they said that it was an expired registration. Well, during a pandemic, is that really the thing that people should be paying attention, police should be paying attention to? You have the fact that they were trying to make an arrest of Daunte Wright, even though he was wanted on a misdemeanor charge.
Griff, I'm going to have to just wrap you there.
Then there's the question of why Kim Potter.
Griff, I'm going to have to just wrap you there. I'm so sorry to cut you off because we do see the next witness coming in. We're pivoting now back to the trial of Derek Chauvin as this witness is sworn in and prepares to sit down. This will be the 6th witness for the defense in the trial of Derek Chauvin.
If you would. Thank you. And if you could begin, let's make sure the microphone is pointed towards you a little bit. There you go. If you could begin by giving us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Barry Vance Broad, B-A-R-R-Y, V-A-N-C-E, B-R-O-D-D.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Broad.
Afternoon.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
And where are you so employed?
I'm self-employed as I own a consulting company, BVB and Associates.
And what areas do you consult in?
Police practices and use of force.
All right. Now, did you have a career as a police officer prior to starting your company?
I did.
Can you, for the jury, please describe generally your education that you received in order to become a police officer?
So I have a bachelor's degree in law enforcement from George Mason University, which is in Fairfax, Virginia. I have a California Community College teaching credential from San Francisco State University, and I'm a graduate of the Labor Management Relations Program at University of California at Davis.
Okay. And did you serve as a licensed police officer in various capacities?
I did.
When did you start your law enforcement career?
So when I graduated college, I was a seasonal police officer in Ocean City, Maryland. Then I was a deputy sheriff for 6 months with the Arlington County Sheriff's Office in Arlington, Virginia, assigned to the custody division. Then I was hired by the United States Park Police, which is a law enforcement branch of the Department of Interior.
Is that a federal law enforcement agency?
That is a federal law enforcement agency. Okay. And I started my career with the Park Police in Washington, D.C., and then I was transferred to San Francisco field office in 1977. Then I went on loan to a undercover drug task force in Marin County, California. And then I went to Santa Rosa Police Department in 1982.
And how long were you with the Santa Rosa Police Department then?
22 years. I had 29 years total law enforcement experience.
All right. In your capacity as a police officer, do you have any specialized training or experience?
I did.
And what is that?
So I had special assignments as with the Park Police. I was certified by the FBI as a defensive tactics instructor in 1978. I started teaching in the Santa Rosa Public Safety Training Center, and I also taught law enforcement rangers throughout the western region of the National Park Service.
Can you explain what defensive tactics is generally?
So when you look at the topic of use of force, that could include handcuffing, hands-on techniques, baton techniques, handcuffing, pain compliance, and under the use of force umbrella, there's also firearms, but I focused almost entirely on the defensive tactics portion of use of force.
And so you testified that you taught defensive tactics at, you called it the, I believe, the Regional Training Center?
It is a regional academy, but the official name is the Santa Rosa Public Safety Training Center.
Can you describe what that is?
So recruit police officer would attend the training center for their California Post Basic Academy certification. National Park Service Rangers also attended that academy. Corrections officers attend that academy, probation officers, and there's also a EMS component. Firefighters go to that academy, and it also services in-service training.
In-service is training for licensed officers?
Yes.
To meet their continuing education credits?
Yes.
And how long did you teach there?
35 years.
In the use of force always?
Yes, in addition to other topics.
What were the other topics that you trained?
Weapons laws, interview and interrogation techniques, collision scene preservation, verbal judo, tactical communication skills, or some of the others.
What's verbal judo?
So it is actually Dr. George Thompson developed the program shortly after the Rodney King incident, thinking that police officers needed better tools to communicate with people. So verbal judo created an outline on how an officer who would make a traffic stop could use verbal skills to overcome a person's potential noncompliance.
Did you also teach or in crowd control, crowd management type issues?
I did. So of the topics I taught at the training center was defensive tactics, crowd control, chemical agent, impact weapons, and a variety of the other topics that I just discussed earlier.
Okay. And so you did that for 35 years while you were still actively a peace officer?
So I taught while I was a police officer, and then when I retired in 2004, I continued teaching in the training center for another 9 years.
All right. Do you have have you received any certifications throughout the course of your career?
Several.
Can you describe for the jury some of the certifications that you've held?
So I have a post-basic, intermediate, and advanced certificates. And then as far as instructor certifications, I was certified by the FBI as a defensive tactics instructor. I was certified by the California Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission as a defensive tactics instructor. And through California Post, I was also an impact weapon instructor, chemical agent instructor, less lethal munition instructor, verbal judo instructor, pepper spray instructor, to name, I can't remember them all.
Okay. Can you describe the nature of your private practice, so to speak, in terms of the use of force?
I take cases from plaintiffs and defendants in civil cases and criminal cases. I do use of force consulting for a variety of public defenders' offices in California, and I was also a member of I was a use of force consultant for the San Francisco District Attorney's Office.
Okay. Have you been involved in prior cases to review the uses of force?
I've had a little bit over 140 cases that I was actively involved in.
Okay. Have you provided testimony in courts throughout the United States?
I have.
Or other arbitrative type civil hearings?
Yes.
Can you tell me the number of times that you've testified in either civil or criminal cases?
So since 2016, I've testified in court, either criminal or civil, both state and federal, 10 times.
And in terms of other types of hearings, depositions, things of that nature, do you testify there as well?
Yes.
Can you describe some of the states where you have previously testified?
Illinois, California, Hawaii, and that's about it.
Have you ever been hired on a case here in Minnesota?
Yes.
And who hired you in that particular case?
Minneapolis City Attorney's Office.
Now, you're being paid for your services, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury your hourly rate and the number of hours you've spent on this case?
I've spent roughly 60 hours. I make $350 an hour for courtroom appearances and $275 an hour for case reviews.
And how much have you, what's the total about you've earned so far?
In this case, $11,400.
Now, simply because you're being paid, does that mean you're going to always, by a particular party, does that mean you're always going to side with that party?
No.
In your career, have you ever been retained by someone and found their use of force to be improper?
Several times.
How is it that you became involved in this particular case?
When this incident first occurred, I reached out to the city attorney's office here in Minneapolis, told them that I had some exposure to the George Floyd incident, and I was offering my services to the Minneapolis City Attorney's Office.
You were ultimately not retained by the city attorney's office or the state, correct?
That's correct.
You then were retained by my office?
Yes.
When you were retained, were you provided with a scope of your engagement?
I was.
Could you explain for the jury the scope of your engagement in this particular
You asked
case?
me to analyze the actions of Derek Chauvin and give opinions regarding his conduct and actions towards Mr. Floyd.
Okay. Can you describe the materials that you reviewed in order to analyze this case?
So I received thousands of pages of materials, but I've learned through my experience that I don't need to review materials that really don't have anything to do with the officer or the officer's policies or the use of force policies. So I've pretty much focused my review on the videos, the snapshots of the body-worn cameras that the officers were wearing, miscellaneous statements, the use of force policies, and training records.
So when you say there were some materials that were not relevant to your analysis, can you just kind of give a general example of what that would be?
Horse manor patrol responsibilities, vehicle maintenance responsibilities, things of that nature.
Okay. But anything pertaining directly to your analysis in this case, you did review?
I did review.
Now, based upon your training and experience and your expertise in the use of force matters, your review of the materials that have been provided to you, have you formed opinions in this particular case to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
I have.
And can you just briefly overview your opinions in this particular case?
I felt that Derek Chauvin was justified and was acting with objective reasonableness, following Minneapolis Police Department policy and current standards of law enforcement in his interactions with Mr. Floyd.
Okay. We've heard a lot over the last couple of weeks about the Graham versus Connor factors. Are you familiar with the Graham versus Connor factors?
I am.
And can you just very briefly provide your definition and your how you look at those factors?
So in my 35 years of teaching, it's not just dealing with tactics, but it's dealing with providing an officer the mindset that what they need to justify to use various tactics that they were trained in. And the standard of Graham versus Connor is, what would a reasonable officer have done in a similar set of circumstances that you're doing?
Now, the Graham versus Connor factors, the first one is the severity of the crime at issue, correct?
Yes.
How do you analyze that Graham versus Connor factor?
So I know in my experience and the experience of officers that I've been in contact with is that the higher risk an arrest may be, like say an armed bank robber. Armed bank robber, you would pull your gun, order them to the ground to take them into custody. Okay, their danger, their threat level right off the bat. Whereas I can't imagine how many times I've been exposed to personally or have seen other officers dealing with a simple thing as a traffic stop or a jaywalking violation or some minor offense, and they end up in a fight for their life just because of the conduct of the individual they're contacting.
Okay. So in terms of the severity of issue, is it always what was the initial response in your or is it something that evolves over time?
Well, the initial response, of course, is important, but it's really how the person you're interacting with as a law enforcement officer responds to you.
Okay. And does that go into the second Graham factor?
It does, the imminent threat.
Right. And can you just explain the imminent threat factor?
So imminent is, from a police officer standpoint, you don't have to wait for it to happen. You just have to have a reasonable fear that somebody's either going to strike you, stab you, shoot you. So you try to plan to deal with the imminent threat, and then you adjust your tactics accordingly based upon how the suspect is reacting to you.
Okay. And the third Graham factor is whether the suspect is actively resisting or attempting to evade, correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain that to the jury?
So again, the level of resistance is commensurate with how they resist you justifies an officer to use a variety of tools on their tool belt. So if a suspect is resisting your efforts to handcuff them and they spin away and try to punch you, an officer doesn't have to go fist on fist with them. The officer's allowed to escalate to use an impact weapon, taser, pepper spray, or other tools.
Now, in terms of, again, the analysis of Graham versus Connor, are there other factors or components of that analysis that are relevant?
Yes.
Can you explain some of those?
So as you're reviewing an incident such as this, you have to try to see it through the eyes of the officers on the scene. What factors were they dealing with? What circumstances? What was the suspect doing? What were onlookers doing? Were there environmental hazards? And then try to put yourself in the officer's shoes to see what the decisions they made, were they objectively reasonable or not.
So you would agree with the other people who've testified in this case that the standard involves objective reasonableness? Agree?
Yes, I do.
Based on the totality of facts and circumstances of this case?
That were present to the officer at the time.
And a view from a reasonable police officer on the scene?
Yes.
And what about hindsight?
So it's easy to sit and judge in an office on an officer's conduct. It's more of a challenge to, again, put yourself in the officer's shoes to try to make an evaluation through what they're feeling, what they're sensing, the fear they have, and then make a determination.
And does that prohibit or preclude a review of a police officer's conduct?
No, not a review, no.
Now, when you approach a use of force case such as this, do you apply a particular methodology in order to analyze the Graham versus Connor factors?
I do.
And can you explain for the jury the methodology that you've used in your previous cases or in your career?
So it's a pretty simple review. So I look at when the officer contacted the individual, did the officer have legal authority for a detention? So let's talk about a traffic stop. If somebody runs a stop sign, Police officer has the right to detain you, a citation. You, as the person running the stop sign, doesn't have the right to resist the officer. So anything that would have evolved from a lawful detention, the officer has certain rights to continue the investigation. Now, a detention detention you need reasonable suspicion for. To make an arrest, you need probable cause. So when I'm looking at use of force cases, I want to make sure that the officer had a lawful right to detain or probable cause to arrest.
And in terms of the lawful right to detain, you used a term. What was that term? Reasonable suspicion?
Reasonable suspicion to detain.
And what constitutes generally reasonable suspicion to detain?
That you see an infraction or a misdemeanor or a felony, and the person that you're going to detain, you have a reasonable suspicion that they've committed an infraction or another crime.
And in terms of probable cause to arrest, how would you define that?
It's pretty much as the statement says, that the person probably committed the crime. And so officers, when they make an arrest, they base it on probable cause.
So in terms of putting a suspect in handcuffs, is that automatically an arrest?
No.
Can it be a detention?
Could be a detention.
So the first, just to make sure I understand your testimony, your first prong of your analysis is to determine whether the officer had justification to detain the suspect, correct?
Yes.
What's the second part of your analysis?
Now, how does the suspect respond to the officer? If it's an arrest situation and the officer tells the suspect to turn around, put your hands behind your back or behind your head, and the suspect complies, and the officer handcuffs the suspect, that's good. If the suspect doesn't comply and they begin to resist, then I look at what level of the resistance did the suspect display to the officer, and then what did the officer do to overcome that resistance.
Now, let's talk briefly in the second prong about the different types of resistance that a suspect could use. Can you describe the levels of resistance that you look for?
So no resistance would be compliance. That's always the goal. The next level would be passive resistance, where a suspect, you tell the suspect turn around, put their hands behind their back, and they don't. They're not resisting you. They're just being physically non-compliant, yet without any type of physical strength or any type of maneuvers that they may try to do to prevent you from handcuffing them. So the next level would be active resistance. So I go to put you into a handcuffing position and you pull your hands away, or you struggle with me. So that's active resistance, where they're using energy to prevent an officer from accomplishing their goal. And then now that same suspect who I want to handcuff pulls away from me and they swing at me. So that's active aggression. And all those cues are allowing me to start escalating up the ladder of force options I have available to me.
Now, in terms of your experience in various jurisdictions, do use of force policies differ from city to city, state to state?
They differ slightly. Usually deadly force policies are fairly consistent. Some agencies have more liberal use of force policies than others. Some agencies now are starting to adopt policies that you can't shoot at a moving vehicle if the only weapon is the vehicle itself. So there's a little bit of a learning curve there for agencies.
Okay. So in terms of your, again, analysis, the first prong being whether there was a justification for the detention, the second prong being the level of resistance exhibited by the suspect, correct?
Yes.
What's the third prong?
What the officer did to overcome that resistance. So if somebody pulls away from you and they're actively resisting, does the officer pull out their baton and strike them in the head? That to me would be excessive.
Okay.
So was the officer's use of force proportionate to the level of resistance demonstrated by the suspect?
Objectively reasonable, correct?
Yes.
So in terms of your three-part analysis, did you apply that analysis to this case?
I did.
In your opinion, was this a use of deadly force?
It was not.
Can you explain that?
So I'll give you an example that I used to teach my academy classes. So officers respond to a domestic violence situation, and the suspect is still there, and he fights with he fights with the officers, and the officers are justified in using a taser to overcome this person's noncompliance. They tase the individual, and the individual falls to the ground, strikes their head, and dies. So that isn't an incident of deadly force. That's an incident of an accidental death. And in my review, I would look to see whether the suspect's resistance to justify the use of the taser was objectively reasonable.
Can you describe what you would call control techniques?
So control techniques are me putting my hands on you. And it could be, escort position where I put my hand above your elbow and my hand on your wrist. It could be pain compliance techniques, which means I'm doing some joint manipulation on various parts of your body. And if you're doing what I'm asking you to do, it doesn't hurt. If you don't do what I'm asking you to do, I can motivate your compliance through pain compliance, stimulating you with pain.
Now, in terms of your analysis of any case, I think you described this a little bit, but did you refer to kind of an increase of level of force to overcome the resistance? How would you describe that?
Police terminology is called one-upmanship. So, police officers don't have to fight fair. They're allowed to overcome your resistance by going up a level or resorting to a different force option to let them accomplish the goal of getting you to comply.
Are officers also required to de-escalate in certain circumstances?
Yes.
And can you describe the process of moving up or down that use of force?
And it's always in response to what a suspect is doing. So if they're fighting, you're fighting back. You're trying to control them. Once they're controlled, you reduce your justified levels of force, yet you're still in control of the person. Anybody you take into custody, you have to maintain control of.
Again, in terms of the use of force, what relevance does possible drug influence have in an analysis?
Has quite a large impact, in my opinion.
How so?
Well, because people under the influence of drugs may not be hearing what you're trying to ask them to do. They may not understand. They may have erratic behavior. They may have they don't feel pain. So techniques you would normally use to make somebody comply, they're not feeling. They may have superhuman strength, or they may have an ability to go from compliant to extreme non-compliance in a heartbeat.
Do you train officers to keep drug-influenced suspects handcuffed?
I do.
Why?
So there's been many instances where handcuffs were removed from a drug-influenced suspect, and as soon as they were removed or some type of first aid measure started to be applied, the person is right back to fighting you, and you're in a fight for your life. So I've trained, and I've been trained, that when you're dealing with drug-influenced persons, they stay handcuffed until they're taken to a medical facility, if that's what the case may be, and they're put in soft restraints on a gurney so they can be treated.
Can you describe the concept of situational awareness?
Yes, I kind of break it down that a police, most people's head should be on a swivel. If you're walking down a street and you hear somebody running up behind you, your mind thought shouldn't be, well, I wonder if they're going to tackle me, if they're going to rob me. No, you head on a swivel, which means you're cognizant of your awareness, see things that may be a threat or hazard to you, plan for them, and especially as a police officer in uniform stands for certain things. Unfortunately, criminals don't wear uniforms, so officers don't have the luxury of being able to look at somebody and automatically determining if they're going to be a threat or a risk to them or not.
Does the concepts of situational awareness come into or factor into your analysis?
It does.
How so?
So what other threats are present besides the person that we're dealing with? Are there environmental hazards? Is there traffic going by on the street? Are there onlookers? Are there more people starting to focus on your arrest versus just walking down the sidewalk? The officer's exhaustion level. You know, what are other officers doing? Things of that nature.
Is an officer entitled to rely on information he or she receives from dispatch in formulating whether they're going to use force?
In justifying force, I would say no. In preparing to deal with the situation they're being sent to by dispatch, then I would say yes.
Okay. How does that differ?
So an officer has to take into account what they see on the scene. Dispatchers do the best jobs they can, but they're usually only getting information over the telephone. And the information may be inaccurate, may be false, may be exaggerated. So it's up to the officer on the street to determine what is the best course of action.
Have you reviewed Officer Chauvin's uses of force in this particular case, taking into consideration your analysis as well as some of the concepts we've talked about?
I have.
And let's talk about Mr. Chauvin's uses of force. Where would you say the first use of force that Mr. Chauvin engaged in occurred?
When he joined Officer King and Lane trying to put Mr. Floyd in the backseat of the patrol car.
And in your view of that use of force, what is your perspective on that?
That Mr. Floyd's level of resistance was objectively reasonable for those officers to do the techniques that they were doing. I felt that that level of resistance exhibited by Mr. Floyd justified the officers in higher levels use of force that they chose not to select.
And would that be if an officer chooses not to use a higher level of force, is that an element of de-escalation?
Objection leading. Rephrase.
How does an officer's decision to use less force factor into an analysis of de-escalation techniques?
So, you know, an officer sees an incident, feels it has these justification to use these tools to deal with the incident, but just due to the personality or the personal makeup of the officer, they chose not to. They try to expire a lesser technique to see if it'll work, and then if it doesn't work, then they escalate.
Okay. Now, you testified you've watched the videos in this case?
Yes.
Does that include the body-worn cameras of the Minneapolis police officers involved?
It did.
Did it include various bystander videos?
Yes.
And surveillance videos from area stores?
Yes.
And from your perspective, just generally, what are some of the limitations of camera analysis?
So a body camera shows what the camera is pointing at. It doesn't see what an officer may see in their peripheral vision, doesn't show what an officer is actually feeling through their hands or sensing through their levels of awareness. And in low light situations, a body cam shutter responds to lighting situations quicker than the human eye does.
Overruled.
Your last statement?
About the shutter release on the body cam is that it adjusts quicker to lighting situations than the human eye does.
Now, so in terms of the initial uses of force, the officers' efforts to get Mr. Floyd into the car, you felt that they were objectively reasonable.
I did.
Did the use of force then continue after Mr. Floyd was restrained on the ground?
I don't consider a prone control as a use of force.
Let's back up just a second. The removal or Mr. Floyd's getting out of the vehicle, however that was, does that constitute a use of force?
The manhandling or the 3 officers taking Mr. Floyd out of the car and placing him on the ground, yes, that's a use of force.
Was it justified or objectively reasonable in this particular case, according to your opinion?
Yes.
So when they brought Mr. Floyd to the ground, are you saying you don't consider that to be a use of force?
Up to that point, it was still a use of force, yes.
Once Mr. Floyd is on the ground, in your opinion, does there continue to be some level of resistance by Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
How would you describe that?
Active resistance. He was still struggling against the efforts of the officers. And I saw on one of the body cam videos that Mr. Floyd appeared to kick at Officer Lane.
Is there a reason why officers would take a suspect, actively resisting suspect to the ground?
Yes.
Why?
So officers are trained that anytime you get resistance from a suspect or you're dealing with a high-risk suspect, it's safer for you, the officer, and for the suspect to put him on the ground in a prone position, face down, for a variety of reasons, some of which are it makes the suspect's mobility diminished. They can't get up and run as quick. It takes away some of the use of their hands, so they can't grab you without turning their body, which would give an officer time to react. It limits what they can do with their feet. They can still kick, but they don't have as much mobility or power that they would if they were standing.
Now, in terms of this particular case, you understand Mr. Floyd was handcuffed at this point.
Yes.
Does the fact that Mr. Floyd was handcuffed somehow come into the analysis as to whether or not to put him into a prone position?
No, any resistor, handcuffed or not, should go to the ground into a prone control position.
And can you describe generally what you mean as a prone control position?
So it's where the suspect either, in this case, handcuffs are behind the back, placed on their stomach and their chest, and officers are in a position to apply body weight to keep the suspect on the ground and to keep them further immobilized.
Would it be common practice in that situation to employ an MRT or hobble restraint?
You could.
What would be the factors to determine whether or not an officer would employ such a technique?
So can the officers control the person's legs? Does the person need to have their legs controlled? In this situation, they did. And could Officer Lane be successful in trying to control the legs? So it was those part of the force option selections that they had to make.
In terms of your familiar officers in this particular case, considered the use of the MRT?
They did.
And they ultimately decided against it, correct?
That's correct.
How does that factor into, or the decision to not employ the MRT factor into the analysis?
That it's one of those situations where they were justified in the maximum restraint and chose not to. So why they had that decision making, I'm not sure. Maybe, Mr. Floyd had made comments about being claustrophobic. And I know in the teaching I've done with leg restraints, if you leg restrain somebody in training or on the street that is claustrophobic, it creates a reaction.
How does the fact that EMS had been summoned factor into your analysis?
That I think what I've read in the materials is that there was a fire station literally seconds, if not a minute to a minute and a half away. So if you have somebody that's under control and is in need of medical attention, and EMS, who have the training and equipment to do a lot better job than police officers can do, that would be relevant to me that, okay, we call them, they're going to be here instantaneously. Let's just kind of stabilize the situation and wait for the professionals to show up.
would a reasonable police officer, based on the reasonable police officer standard, is that a factor that comes into the analysis, the EMS response time?
Yes.
What about a suspect, keeping a suspect in the prone position who is potentially drug impaired? Are there safety reasons to do that?
Again, so as I discussed earlier, potential erratic behavior, going from compliant to non-compliant, not feeling any pain, potentially having superhuman strength, and it's just safer for the officer and for the suspect to keep them in that prone control.
Why would it be safer for the suspect to keep him in that prone control?
Because if they were to get up and run, handcuffed, trip and fall, sustain facial injuries, other injuries on the ground, their mobility is reduced, their ability to move is reduced, and the ability to hurt themselves is reduced.
What if they became sick, for example?
Prone control, instead of having somebody lay on their back where they could aspirate on vomit, prone control, their face is down, airway is clear. If they vomit, it's not going to go down their trachea or down their throat.
Now, you've obviously, in addition to watching the cameras, you heard what Mr. Floyd was saying at that time, right?
Yes.
And how do officers take into account an analysis of words versus conduct?
So you hear what the suspect is saying. So if I want Mr. Floyd to get in the back of the car, and he's saying, I will, but he's not. And I'm trying to force him in. He says, I will, but he's not. Then his actions are telling me he's not getting in the car regardless of what he's saying.
What about as Mr. Floyd was going into the car and there was this act of aggression, as you've defined it, and Mr. Floyd at that point was saying he couldn't breathe. But he continued to say that later. How did the words he was saying initially comply or comport with his actions in that instant?
You know, I have advanced first aid. I certainly don't have medical degrees, but I was always trained and feel it's a reasonable assumption that if somebody's, I'm choking, when you're not choking because you can breathe. If somebody's saying they can't breathe, it appears to me they're taking full breaths and they're shouting. To me, the layperson, they can breathe.
Is that a common misunderstanding within the policing community?
I believe it is, yes.
Objection, lack of foundation, strike.
Overruled.
So in terms of a reasonable police officer standard again, is a reasonable police officer who has used force in an instant, can they consider that in prolonging a detention or a prone control of a suspect?
So if the officer was justified in using the prone control, and now the suspect is on the ground in a prone control, the maintaining of the prone control to me is not a use of force.
Why is it not a use of force?
Because it's a control technique. Without it doesn't hurt. You've put the suspect in a position where it's safe for you, the officer, safe for them, the suspect, and you're using minimal effort to keep them on the ground.
Now, you're familiar with the concept of positional asphyxia, correct?
I am.
Can you describe for the jury what you train and have been trained that are the dangers of positional asphyxia?
So the training I received is that a target person for positional asphyxia would be somebody who's very obese. And now you take that obese person and you handcuff them behind their back, really pulling their shoulders back, really constricting their rib cage. And if you put them face down on the ground, that would be the training model for somebody who could be prone to positional asphyxia. And when I was first in law enforcement, and the training I initially did regarding leg restraints, is that you used to hobble a person's ankles, tie the ankles to the handcuffs, and then put the person face down, and that created even more pressure on the person's sternum and rib cage and reduced their ability to breathe. So that technique was modified to address the positional asphyxia issues.
You would agree that the Minneapolis Police Department trains officers to place people in a recovery position, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that that is based out of concerns of positional asphyxia, agreed?
Yes.
Now, are there situations where a reasonable police officer would not put a person in the prone position into the recovery position?
Yes.
Can you describe what those may be?
So in this situation, there was space limitations. Mr. Floyd was butted up against the tire of the patrol car. There was traffic still driving down the street. There were crowd issues that took the attention of the officers. Mr. Floyd was still somewhat resisting, so I think those were relatively valid reasons to keep him in the prone.
Now, in terms of your training, again, as that you have been trained and trained other officers in the use of crowd control or crowd control issues, right?
Yes.
How in law enforcement is a crowd defined?
So a crowd, just like if you look at a football stadium. So it's a group of people gathered together for a common purpose. So a crowd, by definition, isn't unlawful. And actually the law enforcement definition is two or more people constitute a crowd. So because it's not unlawful, it doesn't mean that it doesn't become a consideration for the officers.
Okay. Can you explain in your analysis how you think the crowd or this group of people that had gathered around and were watching affected the officers in their use of force?
So we kind of go back to the situational awareness issue, is that, yes, the officers are dealing with Mr. Floyd, but there's also other factors for them to consider. And in this case, the crowd started to grow in size, started to become more vocal. So now officers are always trained to deal with, right, so what threat is the biggest threat? Is it the suspect on the ground in front of me in handcuffs that we have relatively controlled? Or is it the unknown threat posed by the crowd that could go from verbal to trying to interfere with my arrest process in a matter of seconds?
Did you factor that into your analysis of this case?
I did.
How did it? How so?
I could see that Officer Chauvin's focus started to move from Mr. Floyd to the crowd. To one point, I think Officer Chauvin felt threatened enough that he withdrew his pepper spray canister and gave verbal commands to the crowd to stay back. So now he's dealing with the bigger threat.
So just to kind of wrap up, could you summarize the final opinions that you have made in this case?
I felt that Officer Chauvin's interactions with Mr. Floyd were following his training, following current practices in policing, and were objectively reasonable.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Swisher. Sure.
A brief sidebar here.
We're going to take a quick bathroom break. 5 minutes, please. And you can step down if you wish.
And a 5-minute break here in the trial of Derek Chauvin. This latest witness, it looks like the defense has wrapped asking questions, and now it will be the prosecution's turn to do the cross-examination. The question on the table here is use of force. What's the appropriate use of force, and were Derek Chauvin's actions justified? This expert, called for by the defense, paid for by the defense, says they were, but of course that's in contradiction to what we've heard from other experts earlier in this process. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, my colleague who's here in the Washington Post newsroom. So Rhonda, this is really the defense's opportunity to try to justify what Derek Chauvin did and try to show that it's in line with training he received as well as police protocol, Rhonda.
Right. You know, right out of the gate, this expert, Barry Broad, said that he feels Chauvin used a justifiable amount of use of force in his assessment of the video and what he knows about the case. He also added, at the beginning of his testimony, he also added that this was in line with the police department's policy. But if you were with us, you know, in the last few weeks, we heard that is not what Minneapolis Police Department officials said. In fact, that's why Chauvin was fired, is because they deemed his actions not a part of protocol or policy. The prosecution, at the beginning of their opening statements, they talked about how this, when you read the policy of the Minneapolis Police Department, what Derek Chauvin did was counter to that. So. This witness, to put him in context, he is an outside witness. He is not from the area. He has been used in other high-profile cases like the Laquan McDonald case in Chicago as someone who is an expert in use of force and usually is aligned with the officer's point of view, the defendant's point of view, that he or she used the right amount of force.
So we're hearing from this use of force witness who's testifying on behalf of the defense. Well, yesterday we also heard someone testifying about use of force. That expert, however, was for the prosecution. Seth Stoughton testified. National video reporter Hannah Jewell watched that with some analysis. So, Hannah, why was Stoughton such an important witness for the prosecution to end its case on yesterday?
So, Libby, Seth Stoughton was basically the prosecution's version of what we're hearing now from the defense, right? He was this use of force expert who was a former Tallahassee police officer who's become a law professor who specializes in police use of force cases just like this one. And his testimony yesterday actually followed the very emotional testimony of George Floyd's own brother, right? Which was a very gripping and tragic thing to watch. But the prosecution decided not to end with the brother, but to end with Stoughton's use of force analysis, this very sort of dry and almost clinical testimony, because he is an expert in use of force and assessing whether or not police use of force in cases like this one is reasonable and justifiable in different situations, as Barry Broad is now also, but with a very different opinion, right? So Stoughton's testimony was a chance to sort of lead the jury second by second through a timeline that they had created of taking the jury through a timeline of Derek Chauvin's actions, with Stoughton at each moment explaining what he thinks a reasonable officer should have done in using force or not using force, what other things an officer could have done to gain compliance from Mr. Floyd, and saying how the officers he thought could have taken other less violent actions. So here's how he summarized his opinion towards the end of his testimony yesterday.
You have an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as to whether the type of force used by the defendant on George Floyd on May 25, 2020 constituted deadly force.
I do, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That it did. The use of force had the foreseeable effect and a substantial likelihood of resulting in death or great bodily harm.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as to whether the type of force used by the defendant on George Floyd on May 25, 2020 was reasonable as viewed by a reasonable police officer on the scene?
I do have such an opinion, yes.
What is that opinion?
Both the knee across Mr. Floyd's neck and the prone restraint were unreasonable, excessive, and contrary to generally accepted police practices.
When, in your opinion, did the unreasonable force begin?
When Mr. Floyd was initially put into the prone restraint position and when the defendant's knee was placed onto his neck.
And when did it end?
When the defendant's knee was lifted off of Mr. Floyd and he was taken out of the prone restraint position.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of reasonable professional certainty as to whether defendant's use of force whereby he restrained Mr. Floyd in that prone position for 9 minutes and 29 seconds on May 25, 2020 was reasonable as viewed by a reasonable police officer on the scene?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
No reasonable officer would have believed that that was an appropriate, acceptable, or reasonable use of force.
And was the force was the force unreasonable as it started and as it ended?
From the time it was initiated and throughout its duration, yes.
And finally, do you have an opinion to a degree of reasonable professional certainty as to whether the defendant appropriately rendered medical aid to Mr. George Floyd on May 25, 2020 in accordance with generally accepted police practices?
I do, yes.
And what is that opinion?
The failure to render aid to Mr. Floyd, both by taking him out of the prone position and by rendering aid as his increasing medical distress became obvious, was unreasonable and contrary to generally accepted police practices.
So that was Seth Stoughton, the expert in use of force for the prosecution, making basically the opposite case that we are now hearing from the defense's own use of force expert, centering on what is considered what a reasonable officer they believe would do in the moment.
Sorry, Hannah, we're going to go back to the courtroom and hear the counterpoint of that. This is now live with the defense's case.
Mr. Floyd in the prone position on the ground, handcuffed, was not a use of force.
That's correct.
And I believe, according to your testimony, it's because, in your opinion, that position is not likely to inflict pain. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, if it did, in fact, inflict pain upon Mr. Floyd, would that change your opinion?
Only if the positioning of the body or if the officers were manipulating Mr. Floyd's hands in a way that would create pain, then yes, I would say that would be a use of force.
So my question is, if Mr. Floyd actually experienced pain, would that change your opinion? Would it be then a use of force if pain was actually inflicted upon Mr. Floyd?
If the pain was inflicted through the prone control, then yes, I would say that was a use of force.
And the prone control, as we're describing here, just so that we make sure that we're talking about the same terms, would be placing Mr. Floyd on his stomach, correct?
Yes.
Face down.
Yes.
Handcuffed.
Yes.
And as applied here, on a hard surface, on the pavement, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so if we're talking about that as the prone, you're calling it prone control?
Yes.
And I use it interchangeably with prone restraint?
I think
accept
they're the
that
same.
term? Okay. So I'll refer to it as a prone restraint. Mr. Floyd is face down, handcuffed behind the back, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, the defendant is on top of him. Is that right?
I think he had his knee on him. I'm not sure if I would describe that as being on top of him.
If I may publish to the witness Exhibit 17. All right. And so, as shown here in Exhibit 17, you're able to see the exhibit. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you see that the defendant has his knee on top of Mr. Floyd. Is that correct?
I see his knee in the vicinity of the upper back and neck area.
Is it on the top or the bottom of Mr. Floyd?
It's on his back. Top being top of the head, or?
You tell me, is it on the top, the bottom, the side? Where is his knee?
I see his knee on the upper spine and neck area.
Is the upper spine then on the top?
Okay, we can use top.
Okay, you would agree with me then?
Yes.
Okay. And so the defendant is on top of Mr. Floyd?
His knee is on top of his.
And you can't see where his other knee is in this photograph, is that right?
That's correct.
But you have reviewed the body-worn camera footage, correct?
I have.
And you've looked at the other exhibits that have been submitted in this case, or no?
Most of them.
Okay. And so you're aware that now what we're looking at here is the defendant's left knee on top of Mr. Floyd, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware at this point in time that the defendant's right knee is also on top of Mr. Floyd?
I believe it was on his arm or to the side of his body.
You believe it was on his arm?
Yes.
Okay. On top of him, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, to answer my question, the defendant is on top of Mr. Floyd on Exhibit 17. Is that right?
Again, when I say on top, I think he's laying his complete body on top of Mr. Floyd. What I see is the knee positions.
Okay. Both knees on top of Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Okay. And also, are you aware that the defendant weighed approximately 140 pounds at the time this took place? Were you aware of that by your review of the records?
Yes.
And in your experience, does the clothing and equipment that the defendant is wearing in Exhibit 17, could that add some amount of weight to the defendant?
Yes.
And that would then increase the amount of pressure or force being placed on Mr. Floyd at this time. Is that right?
It could.
Okay. And so looking then at Exhibit 17 and just starting with the fundamental premise of your testimony that what we're seeing here is not a use of force, I need to ask you if you believe that it is unlikely that orienting yourself on top of a person on the pavement with both legs is unlikely to produce pain?
It could.
What do you mean it could? Is it unlikely to produce pain, or is it likely to produce pain?
I'm saying it could produce pain.
It could.
Yes.
And if it could produce pain, then, again, just looking at your premise, if it could produce pain, then it would be a use of force, wouldn't it?
If the officer's intent was to inflict pain, that would be use of force?
Not the officer's intent, sir. What you said is that it was unlikely to produce pain, and that's why it wasn't a use of force. You now just said that it could produce pain. And so, regardless of the officer's intent, if this act that we're looking at here in Exhibit 17 could produce pain, would you agree that what we're seeing here is a use of force?
Shown in this picture, that could be a use of force.
Okay. If you'd take that down, please. And sir, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about positional asphyxia, if I'm to understand your testimony about positional asphyxia. This is something that you're familiar with, is that right?
Yes.
This is something that you've taught in courses to budding officers, I'm assuming? The dangers of positional asphyxia?
Yes.
And in positional asphyxia, is it true that positional asphyxia is a result of some oxygen deprivation? Is that right?
Yes.
And that is as a result of a chest cavity, the inability for the lungs to expand. Fair?
Yes.
And in positional asphyxia, as understood in law enforcement, can be a result of having your chest, your body weight on the ground, right, in the prone position. Your own body weight, the subject's own body weight.
That could, yes.
That could cause positional asphyxia, just the body weight itself.
If the person is extremely obese.
Sure.
If you or I were to lie with our hands cupped behind our back on the ground, I don't think either one of us would be prone to positional asphyxia.
Well, I will take that as a compliment, just for the purposes of argument here. But there can be instances, certainly, in which a person, by nature of their own body weight, could experience positional asphyxia. True?
It's possible.
Okay. And things that could, further exacerbate or contribute to that could be the use of restraint, correct? The handcuffs behind the back.
Yes.
And additional pressure as well. So you being a non-obese fit person, right? If someone was pressing down on you, that would sort of take the place of excess body weight, and that could contribute to positional asphyxia. True?
It's possible.
And if the pressure, obviously the greater the pressure being exerted, the more of a potential danger of positional asphyxia. Fair?
Yes.
And the dangers of positional asphyxia due to being restrained in the prone position is a known risk. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's something you know about. True?
Yes.
It's something you teach in your courses, correct, and training?
Yes.
And this is something you've been in law enforcement, did you say since 1972?
For 79 years, 29 years.
Okay, 29 years. At what point did you become aware of the dangers associated with positional asphyxia?
Probably late 80s.
So, looking over 30 years that you've been aware of the dangers of positional asphyxia, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that that's something that's commonly understood in law enforcement, that this is a known risk?
Yes.
So this is not new information?
No.
And there are ways to mitigate against the risks of positional asphyxia that are known to law enforcement, is that right?
Yes.
And I think what you testified to is the side recovery position. Can you describe the side recovery position?
So when a suspect is handcuffed, you just pull them to their side and have them tuck their knees up? Kind of like a fetal position almost?
Like a fetal position. Right. And so you've also been a defensive tactics instructor, correct?
Yes.
And you've been certified as such, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of how one might put somebody in the side recovery position?
It's fairly simple to do, just pull them to their side.
Okay. Does it take a long time?
No.
So it's simple, it's fairly quick, and in your opinion, it alleviates or could alleviate against the dangers of positional asphyxia. True?
Yes.
Now, I know that you reviewed various MPD policies in connection with your review of this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And getting back to the issue of whether what we saw in Exhibit 17 at that particular time was a use of force, are you aware of how the Minneapolis Police Department defines force?
Not specifically, no. I would have a general understanding of it.
Generally, would you agree, or based on your review, would you accept that the Minneapolis Police Department generally defines force to include restraint?
It can.
Particularly if it's restraint that could result in some sort of injury or pain.
Yes.
Fair? Okay. And so you would agree then, just as we are at this point in your testimony, that what we saw in Exhibit 17 would at least fit within the Minneapolis Police Department policy of use of force. Fair?
Yes.
And a reasonable police officer would adhere to the policies of their own department. True?
Yes.
In your analysis of how, under the Graham factors, how you're going to go about a force review, you indicated that one of the things that you look at is the severity of the crime. True?
Yes.
And severity of the crime is something that, would you agree, the label of the crime, whether it's a misdemeanor or a gross misdemeanor in Minnesota or a felony, isn't as important as the underlying conduct involved in the crime?
I agree.
So a felony level bad check may, from a use of force standpoint, be less serious than a misdemeanor domestic assault. Fair?
So by the nature of the terminology of the crime, I agree, but obviously a domestic violence case is a serious and potentially violent environment.
And really, maybe that wasn't an artful question, but that's what I'm asking. In this case, the misdemeanor, what's labeled as a misdemeanor assault, would, from a use of force perspective, be more serious than, say, writing a bad check, but at a felony level.
Good, yes.
And you're aware that in this case, the initial call that the officers were responding to was a counterfeiting allegation or forgery allegation, passing a fake $20 bill, right?
Yes.
And could you agree that in terms of the range of criminal offenses, this would be at a fairly low level from a use of force perspective?
Yes, but again, as I mentioned earlier.
Well, what I was asking is if you could agree, and I'll give you a chance to explain if you want, but you would agree that in terms of the range of different criminal offenses that are available, a counterfeiting call over an alleged fake $20 bill is on the less serious side.
Yes.
And I think what you probably were about to say is that could change, right?
And again, it's all about the contact and the resistance of the suspect.
Right. Which is completely different than the seriousness of the underlying offense. That's why I stopped you. I didn't want to be rude, but let's just keep this in that analytical framework for now. Seriousness of the offense, not the response, because we'll get to that, the response of the subject.
Okay.
And would you say, would you agree with me that the response of the subject, the activities of the subject to the officer on the scene, as probably the operative important facts here, right? That's what you need to look at.
Yes.
So in terms of the seriousness of the crime, that's not as important. Let's take a look at the imminence of the threat. You discussed imminence of the threat. Officers have to assess that. Is that right?
Yes.
And could you please, for the jury, explain in your words what you mean by threat? What is a threat?
You look at a person and you can't see their hands. They have their hands in their pocket. That could be a threat, that in their pocket is a gun. You look at a person and the way they position their body, angle their body back into maybe a confrontational stance. That could be a threat.
All right. So right now I have both my hands in my pocket, and I'm trying to be confrontational. I don't know if I look confrontational, but am I a threat?
If I was walking up to you on the street and it's going to be reasonable suspicion that you have committed some type of criminal activity, I would, from a position of cover, ideally, tell you to take your hands out of your pockets.
Would you agree that there's a difference between a threat and a risk?
Yes.
And so really any person can present a risk, right?
Yes.
Someone could have their hands in their pocket and unexpectedly have a weapon. True?
Yes.
Or not?
Or not.
That's a risk. But would you agree that a threat is when I would be doing something to show some sort of intention to cause you harm? Balling up my fists, approaching you in an aggressive manner. That would be a threat, correct?
Some type of cues, yes.
And would you agree that officers are authorized to use force to respond to a threat?
Yes.
Officers are not authorized to use force to respond to a mere risk. Fair?
Correct.
So there are many different factors that could be a risk versus a threat. Someone who's large in stature, that could be a risk. True?
Good.
But that's not in and of itself a threat, is it?
No.
You can't use force on someone just because they're large. True?
That's correct.
The use of drugs or intoxicants, that could be a risk factor. True?
Yes.
And on that subject, with respect to what a reasonable officer understands about the use of drugs and alcohol, controlled substances, there's a whole range of drugs out there, right?
Yes.
And there's a whole range of drug users out there, correct?
Yes.
And there are some drugs that could cause someone